Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 2 of Naruto, Rise of the Emperor. In this story, Naruto's loyalty to Konoha was repaid with betrayal. After the brutal battle to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha from Orochimaru's influence, Naruto barely survives. Gravely wounded, his lung pierced by Sasuke's Chidori, he still succeeds in fulfilling his promise and brings his former teammate back to the Hidden Leaf. But while Naruto fights for his life and recovery, forces within the village begin to move against him. Fearing the power of the Nine Tails and the influence Naruto might one day wield, the Konoha Council makes a shocking decision. Naruto Uzumaki is banished from the village he swore to protect. Cast out and alone, Naruto journeys west, far beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf, where destiny has something far greater waiting for him. In a land of war, opportunity, and rising powers, the boy once rejected by his own village will forge a new path, and perhaps rise to become something far greater than a Hokage. The Emperor of the West. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Snafu the Great, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. I am trying out a new narrator voice during this series. Let me know your thoughts about it in the comments. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Side Chapter: Alliances and Paybacks. Point 3. Entry 8. I received an unexpected guest in my empire today. Kazuma appeared before me while I was going through some paperwork and gave me the news. There was a sound envoy on their way to the Imperial Complex, a group of 20 ninja led by Kabuto. Not one to take any chances, I had Zabuza's Demon Brigade and Yujito's Hellcats on standby just in case things got a bit nasty. Looks like Orochimaru is looking for an alliance, as well as candidates for new bodies since Sasuke is off limits. I had Kabuto's escort wait outside the throne room, while I held an audience with Kabuto. Flashback. House of Sovereigns throne room. Seated on his throne, Naruto eyed the white-haired man with a combination of disdain and suspicion. Kitami was not there, as he did not want her to give away any suspicion as to her true identity. The Kage-style hat was on his head, effectively hiding his face. Not to take any chances, his face was concealed by his mask. Kabuto Yakushi took a knee, head bowed. "Your Imperial Majesty," he began. "May your reign be a long and prosperous one. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. I represent Otogekure, the village hidden in the Sound. I bring greetings from my master, Lord Orochimaru." Using his chakra to disguise his voice, think Naruto speaking in Weskyre's voice, Naruto responded. "So what business does your master want with me?" "Lord Orochimaru has been monitoring the events that have transpired here in the West with great interest," Kabuto said. "He is especially impressed that you have united the lands in so little time. He has sent me here to discuss terms of an alliance between your empire and the Sound." Naruto leaned back on his throne. "Tell me, Yakushi, what would I gain should I ally myself to the Sound?" "You would have the backing of one of the most powerful ninja in the East," Kabuto said. "Despite our small numbers, you would mostly benefit from Lord Orochimaru's guidance. In other words, take over my body since Sasuke is off limits, and use my army to invade Konoha," Naruto thought darkly. The young emperor made it look like he was in deep thought. "I am sorry, but a military alliance is not in the Empire's best interest." "You misunderstood me, Your Majesty," Kabuto began, but was cut off. "Oh, don't be coy, Yakushi," Naruto replied. "Do you really think that you are the first from the East to ask for an alliance? First it was the Rock, then it was the Cloud, you make number 3. The people has seen war since the era of the Six Paths. Unlike the people of the East, they have not known a lasting peace. I saw the lawlessness of the lands and I gave them the peace they desired. I am merely a servant of the people, and even an emperor must listen to the will of the people. I am truly sorry that you have come this far, but tell your Lord Orochimaru that my answer is no. Kabuto slowly nodded. I see. In any case, Lord Orochimaru will be disappointed that you will not agree to the alliance. I thank you for your time, your majesty. With a wave of his hand, Naruto excused Kabuto. As soon as Kabuto was out of the room, General Kazuma of the Shadow Company emerged from, quite literally, the shadows. That went well, Kazuma said. Even better than expected. Have your men tail them, Naruto replied, removing his mask and returning to his normal voice. Make sure that they are on the first boat out of Kimen. I don't trust him, or the snake. Why? What did Orochimaru did to you? Orochimaru killed my mentor, and grandfather Tamaru Sarutobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Naruto replied as he rose from his throne. Between the snake and Konoha, I hate Orochimaru more. See to your orders, Kazuma. Kazuma bowed. Right away, my lord. End flashback. I was tempted, honestly tempted to kill Kabuto and declare war on Orochimaru. But I held back. Killing Orochimaru would bring complications that would haunt me later on. Kazuma would later report that Kabuto and his sound envoy had returned back east without incident. Entry 9. Takuma was invited to a martial arts tournament in Tea Country. So the rest of the elite guards and yours truly went down to Tea to support him. Actually, I had to meet up with one of my informants who had information on Mist Country's Jinchuriki, the renegade ninja Utakata. Plus, Mei was going to be there, so I had to talk to her about giving Utakata a pardon for going rogue. With the exception of Mei and Gaara, most people here don't know that I am the Emperor of the West. All they knew about the elite guards is that they fought alongside the Emperor, and one of them would be competing in the tournament. I like playing the enigma. It makes it even more sweeter when those who ridiculed and hated me find out what I've become. Then again, there's IWA and the fact that they hate my father's guts to the point that they would try and go to war against my home. Maybe if I crushed the strongest village in the shinobi lands, then that would make the others fall into line. Nah. I want to be remembered for bringing about an everlasting peace, not for starting a shinobi war. If IWA does want a piece of the son of the Yondaime, I'd be more than happy to give it to them, on the receiving end of my sword. Sorry, where was I? So I invited Mei to the Pecora merchant house in Tea Country to discuss Utakata. When Mei asked me why, I simply told her the truth. The Akatsuki are looking for them, seeking the power of the tailed beasts. My plan is to simply intercept them to protect them and to give them a home, a place where they can belong, to live their lives in peace. That pretty much cinched it for Mei, so she issued a pardon for Utakata on the spot. The tournament lasted 3 days. Takuma Chiba was pretty much the talk of the entire tournament. Before it began, Takuma declared that he was doing this in honor of his emperor. I simply told him, do it for yourself, show the East what the Chiba clan can do. At least he's humble and modest to a fault. On the first day of the tournament, I noticed someone in the audience watching me. It was Tenten. Who else would wear her hair like that? From the look of things, she was promoted to Jounin. Excusing myself from the guards, I decided to take care of this personally. I left the arena, knowing full well that Tenten would soon follow. Flashback. Longcoat floating in the wind, Naruto made sure his mask was secured on his face, the Kage-style hat in place before retrieving a scroll from his coat. Unrolling it and smearing blood on it, the scroll activated, and his sword emerged from the parchment. Naruto picked up the sword by its scabbard, relishing in the weight of the weapon. The weapon was, according to Sunsher, an okatana. The okatana is an older version of the standard katana, designed for somewhat taller samurai so they can use their height to their advantage. Naruto had found the weapon while returning from a successful campaign. While returning to Kimen City, Naruto was traveling through the Laja Mountains, having cinched the northern half's loyalty when he came across a hidden cave. That was where he had found the sword, along with 300 chests, each filled with golden bricks. The sword was definitely something that caught Naruto's eye. Later, Naruto would swear that he was drawn to the sword. He retrieved it, and had his army to retrieve the gold, which would later be used to finance his southern campaign, and to rebuild the war-torn continents once the war was over. Some he gave to his soldiers and clan heads as bonuses and hazard pay. Most of it went into the imperial treasury, and Naruto kept the rest. The sword, however, was something that Sunsure took an interest in. It had belonged to a powerful warrior, who had forged the weapon from metal retrieved from a falling meteor, the blade itself being razor-sharp and indestructible. That was when Sunsure had taken Naruto on as his apprentice in the samurai arts. The sword, as Naruto had found out, also had the ability to split into twin swords, making it an even more deadlier weapon in his hands. Naruto sensed movement from behind him, and smiled. Tenten has arrived. Either you're pretty brave, or pretty reckless to come alone, Naruto said as he turned around, facing his newest opponent. I could say the same for you, Tenten replied, sword drawn. You're pretty infamous in Konoha. So I've heard. You're the fourth encounter I've had with the leaf, Naruto replied, eyeing the Jounin vest she wore underneath. She's in her allied shinobi force's uniform rather than her Shippuden outfit. He removed his long coat and placed it to the side before drawing his sword and rested the scabbard alongside a tree. Tenten eyed the sword. Now that is a very nice sword. You any good with it? Naruto smiled. I was trained in both the samurai arts and in kenjutsu. So yeah, I'm good with the sword. You may be good, but I'm the best when it comes to weapons, Tenten said as she shifted into her stance. Okay then, Naruto replied as he went into a very basic kendo stance. Let's dance. End flashback. Tenten improved. A lot, I must admit. Too bad I was kinda toying with her for most of the battle. So I was feeling a bit sadistic and I slapped her repeatedly with the flat of the blade, hoping to get a reaction from her. It worked. She got pissed off enough to try the same trick she did with Temari. Can you say déjà vu? I think Temari would be laughing her ass off when she found out that I blasted Tenten with Deadly Tempest. But I was at least nice enough to drop Tenten off at the local hospital instead of leaving her there in the forest. Entry 10. Rock Lee and Niji Hyuga showed up the following day. Both had been promoted to Jounin, it seems. While Niji looked after Tenten, it was up to old Bushy Brows to uphold the honor of Team Guy. In the meantime, Takuma had breezed through the tournament. The only opponent that gave him a problem was the taijutsu expert from IWA. Needless to say, Chiba's opponent was very pissed when he lost. So much so that he tried to ambush Takuma with myself and the other elite guards present after the second day. No, we didn't kill them, just sent them to the hospital with a wide assortment of broken bones and cuts, just to show that we were the wrong people to pick a fight with. It was after the second day of the tournament that Rock Lee showed up. Flashback. Tea Country evening. The elite guards were at the local restaurant while Naruto decided to take a walk along the grove. The Emperor was dressed down in his standard uniform that he wore during the Unification Wars, the same uniform that he had on when he killed Haiden and Kazuku, but with one major difference. Rather than the Kage-style hat, he switched to a bandana. The face mask remained on his face. Naruto knew that Rock Lee was tailing him. That was a given. But he had given him the slip when he entered the grove, so now the roles were reversed. Naruto was tracking him. Heh. Looks like Mr. Youthful is now a Jounin as well, Naruto thought as he noticed the Jounin vest on Rock. Still can do better than that crappy spandex. Deciding that this little game has gone on long enough, Naruto decided to confront his former comrade. Rock Lee. 1/3 of Team Guy. Second green beast of Konoha. It's an honor. Rock Lee spun around, and saw Naruto leaning up against a tree, hands in his pockets, shoulders slumped. From the look of things, he was alone. And you've attacked several teammates and comrades from the Leaf. That is most unyouthful. In my defense, they initiated combat when they challenged me, Naruto replied, standing straight up. I was merely defending myself. You've been making a name for yourself, Rock Lee said, slowly sizing up his opponent. Despite all of that, you did save Captain Sarutobi. I'll take that into consideration when I take you in. You can try, Naruto replied. But it won't be that easy for you. I hear you're a genius in taijutsu. I'm an expert in the style myself. He shifted into his stance, think Kanzuya's fighting stance. So come on, green beast. Show me your stuff. That cinched it for Rock Lee. YOSH! You are indeed a worthy opponent. He went into his Gukken stance. This will be my most youthful performance yet. I wouldn't hold my breath on that, Naruto thought darkly. End flashback. I took bushy brows to the brink in our little battle. He ended up opening 3 lotus gates and removing his weights. I decided to unleash a brand new taijutsu technique that I'd been working on. The Shadow Dancer. Similar to my classic uzumaki formation and combo, only difference was instead of using my clones to attack, I used chakra-powered speed and power to smack Lee repeatedly. Kitami was right about thing, you can't dodge what you can't see. With the defeat of both Tenten and Rock Lee, it was only a matter of time before Niji would appear. And given the fact that the pompous little shit threatened me with death should I return, I had a serious bone to pick with him. Entry 11. Takuma had won the tournament. Big surprise. At least the others were entertained, not to mention they won a pile of Ryo for betting on Chiba. As Takuma fought, I felt the killer intent radiating in my direction. At the opposite end of the stadium was Niji himself. His Byakugan was activated, and he was glaring at me. Sorry, Hyuga, but you won't see any red chakra in me. I freed Kitami, but no one from Konoha doesn't know about that little tidbit just yet. Following the ceremony in which Takuma was crowned, Niji made his move. He called me out on the stadium's let-die. Flashback. Niji Hyuga stared impassively at the disguised Naruto. The same man that had killed 2 S-ranked criminals belonging to the most infamous organization of missing ninja, we well as bested several clan heads and high-ranking Chunin and Jounin, his teammates included. It was while he was at the hospital looking after Tenten that Rock Lee was brought in. He had fought the man in black and had lost. That, to Niji, was impossible. Rock Lee was the same as him, a prodigy. Despite losing to the man in black, Rock Lee was in good spirits. He may have lost the battle, but the man in black had earned his respect. It was during the award ceremony that Niji had crashed the ceremony, issuing his challenge to the Emperor. You deserve praise for making it this far, Niji began. But your luck ends here. As it is fate for me to be a member of the branch family of the Hyuga, fate has deemed me as the winner. I will defeat you and bring you back to Konoha. Naruto frowned. Niji had never gotten over that crap about fate. Then again, he said the same thing when he was banished. I never got this far by living my life bound to fate. Fate and honor are designed for one thing. They are designed by weak people to keep the strong in line. There is no such thing as fate. There is only choice. The choice to do what is right. The choice to make your own destiny. Niji's eyes were alight with anger as he activated his Byakugan. You lie. No one can change their fate. There was one who said the same thing, but he turned out to be a demon in disguise. You will see soon enough. I will show you why I am considered the best in the Hyuga clan. Oh, that's it, Naruto thought. If the beatdown I gave him back during the Chunin exams was bad, I'm gonna do worse here. Sighing, the former Konoha ninja cracked his knuckles. At first, I was just going to fight you. Now, I'm gonna kick your ass. To his elite guards and the judges, he barked out. Leave us. He is mine. As the elite guards and the judges piled off the lei-dai, bets were being taken. Niji was well known in the East for his skills in taijutsu, but he had never faced off against the revamped Naruto. This time, his chakra system wasn't messed up like last time. He was going to rip Niji a new one. End flashback. Niji knew only one taijutsu style. I know too. And since the shadow dancer technique was so nice, I did it twice. When Niji attempted the 64 palms, I let loose with the shadow dancer. And just to be a total ass, each time I hit him, I struck his chakra points. Yeah, I admit it. I was a total jerk-ass when we fought. I had seen the Jukin in action many times back in Konoha, when I was chased by the villagers, I was on the receiving end of it by some unruly Hyuga asshole who had too much to drink and wanted to take it out on the Kyubi brat. As he slipped into unconsciousness, I left him with a parting shot. You claim to be the best, but you fell like the rest. Entry 12. No one from Konoha attacking me today. Good thing too. Something else did happen though, despite me being on the tail end of this inspection tour. I heard reports of IWA having not one, but two Jinchuriki, both former IWA ninja who had resigned and decided to wander. It took me a while, but my spy network came through. The ninja in question were Rashi and Han Jinchuriki to the four-tailed monkey and five-tailed dolphin horse respectively. The bad news was that they were both being pursued by the Akatsuki. But even bad news can be a blessing in disguise. Since I was already on the Akatsuki's radar by eliminating both Haiden and Kazuku, I tracked both of them down, as they were injured from their battle with Deidara and another member, some guy calling himself Toby, and retrieved them both. An impressive feat, seeing as how I did it all alone. I guess it helped that I ambushed the both of them with a Senjutsu-powered Deadly Tempest, then I used a shadow clone to retrieve the two men. IWA was out of the question, since Oniki would more than likely force them back into service, so I returned to T-Country, where I used the Demon's Gate Jutsu to return back to the west. At least the inspection tour was over. There, Han and Rashi had regained consciousness inside the guest quarters of the Imperial Palace. Yujito and B were there to greet them when they woke up. After making sure that they were fed, I summoned them to the House of Sovereigns. Flashback. House of Sovereigns, Imperial Complex. Rather than meet the two Jinchuriki inside his throne room, Naruto had them led to his office, where he was just finishing up the pile of paperwork detailing the condition of his empire. Kitami was with him. The humanized form of the Ninetales was scanning a document when Yujito led Rashi and Han inside the office. Almost immediately, Yanbi and Gobi went nuts. Kitami saw the looks on their faces and knew what that meant. Rashi, former ninja of Iwagakure no Sato, Jinchuriki of Yanbi, the four-tailed monkey. Han, also a former ninja of the same village, Jinchuriki of Gobi, the five-tailed dolphin horse. And you're the Ninetales, Rashi guessed. Kitami smiled. How insightful of you. Yes, I am Kyubi no Yoku, but my human name is Kitami Akashiya. Han, in the meantime, was looking at Naruto with an odd look in his eyes. Has anyone ever told you? Naruto cut him off. That I look a lot like Minato Namikaze? I get that a lot, seeing as how he was my father. Han narrowed his eyes. Didn't know he had a kid? You know he's well hated in IWA. For his actions in the last Shinobi War, I know. Naruto replied. The only Konoha ninja in the bingo book with a flea on sight order. I heard rumors that a kid unified the lands here, Rashi said. Never thought it would be Minato's son. That would make you the Emperor of the West. It was you that saved the both of us? Naruto nodded. Yes, on all counts. Take a seat. I'll tell you the entire story of how I ended up here. It took Naruto 10 minutes, but he laid it all down. From his childhood to being banished in the aftermath of the Sasuke retrieval mission to uniting the country under his rule. Even Rashi and Han were shocked to find out that he was banished not only for being the container of the Ninetales, but for simply doing his job. The kid is telling the truth, Gobi concurred. As crazy as this sounds, he's telling the truth. He is not lying, Yanbi seconded. Han leaned back in his seat. Attacking a child for something not in his control. Such a disgrace. Banished for doing your job. If anything, the Uchiha should have been the one banished. Rashi nodded. Indeed. And the council's been blocking your progress despite your devotion to the leaf? Naruto nodded. He then changed the subject. Have you ever heard of the Akatsuki? The two men nodded. The Akatsuki are gathering the Jinchuriki for something big. Naruto explained. My spies have been sending me reports about their motives. Does the name Madara Uchiha ring a bell? Both men nodded. Naruto explained that Madara was the mastermind behind Akatsuki, and that he wanted the power of the tailed beast for his Eye of the Moon scheme, of which Naruto had explained to both men. So far, Naruto had remained one step ahead of the organization of S-ranked missing ninja. His interference in their attempts to capture Rashi and Han was another wrench tossed in the gears. "So you saved us from the Akatsuki?" Rashi asked. "Yup," Naruto nodded. "In this case, the Jinchuriki should be united against the Akatsuki. They sent Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki to capture me when I was younger. They both failed. I rescued Yujito from them and offered B and his brother sanctuary within the Empire. The people know about my past, and do not see me as a demon or a monster. They even seen Kitami in her true form and did not run away." "What are you offering?" Han asked. "Sanctuary within the Empire," Naruto said. "Protection from the Akatsuki and all your enemies. You can settle anywhere you wish. Even become a leader of a village. But the time will come where we must take a stand against the Akatsuki." "And what do you want in return?" Han asked. "Your loyalty. That's all I ask. If you wish to return back east, then I will not stop you." "What do you say?" Seeing as how they had nothing left for them back east, they chose to stay. "Okay, Lord Namikaze," Rashi said. "I accept your offer. I would like to wander around a bit, get my bearings straight." Naruto nodded. "Of course." He then turned to Han. "What about you?" "I'm more at home in the mountains," Han replied. "There's several mountain villages in the Laja Mountains north of here," Naruto explained. Demio Tadu said she needed some help in one of the villages. Said that their village elder had passed away and they need a new leader. "Are you up to the task, Han?" Han nodded. Naruto smiled. "Good. Welcome to the Western Empire." End flashback. Entry 13. Han and Rashi fit in pretty well. Well, actually, Rashi has taken to wander in the southern region, hanging around in either South Ichiyama or Tears Point, while Han made his home in the mountain town of Yuto. When I visited Demio Tadu, she was happy to say that Han had taken his role as protector very well. Of course, I had to see for myself, but after making a trip to the village, I saw it for myself. Rashi had told me that Han had a chip on his shoulder the size of the Hokage monument over how he was treated. Can't say I really blame him, since it was the same with me back in Konoha. I can honestly say that Han had found the peace he had long sought. Even Rashi had to agree when he came to visit his partner. The kids like him, even calling him the giant, as it was clear that he was the tallest man in the village, if not the entire empire. I could have sworn that one of the ladies was making eyes at him. Oh well, not my business to pry into other people's affairs. As long as they are happy, then I know I did a good job. In the meantime, I think it would be best that I would hang around here for a while. Let things die down. Maybe Konoha would forget about me. Then again, Konoha never lets certain things go. I can expect another run-in with my past soon enough. Entry 14. Today, I stuck it to the Akatsuki yet again. I found out that 2 teams of the Akatsuki were looking for Utakata. I met the guy back when I was younger, so I knew what he looked like, as well as how he fought. As for the teams of Akatsuki, they were Itachi and his partner, and the 5 Paths of Pain. Kitami used a shadow clone and placed it under a henge to make it look like Utakata and sent it to distract Pain, while 3 of the elite guards, Kitami and I, went after the real one. Utakata was currently engaged in combat with Itachi and Kisame. We simply waited until Itachi and his partner had beaten down Utakata before we made our move. Flashback. Near the lightning border. Fire release, deadly tempest! Itachi and Kisame leapt back from the deadly blast of superheated air, which had reduced several trees to instant ash, the unconscious Utakata slung over the traitorous Uchiha's shoulder. In an instant, Kisame had Samahata out, ready to shred any and everything. Since Naruto didn't have time to change out of his usual attire, i.e., vest, long coat, pants and boots, he only had on the black hat. This time, he went without his face mask. The Emperor had his sword drawn. "You have my thanks. Utakata is pretty hard to find," he said, looking at Itachi. "But this is where I come in. Utakata is coming with me. Drop the Jinchuriki and step back." The Akatsuki has been looking for him for quite some time, Itachi replied. This has nothing to do with you. Leave. Can't do that, Itachi Uchiha. Drop the Jinchuriki or there will be trouble. At that, Kisame attacked. Holding the bandaged sword high, he charged. Imagine the Sharkman's shock when Naruto merely knocked Samehada out of his hands with his okatana, right before kicking it into a tree. After decking the renegade Miss Swordsman, he turned to Itachi. Now that your partner is out of the way. Itachi cut him off by saying one word. Tsukiyomi. He deadpanned, his Sharingan morphing into the Magenkyu as he stared right into Naruto's eyes. If anything, Naruto's golden eyes showed amusement. Itachi was surprised to see that his technique didn't work. Meanwhile, Kisame had retrieved Samehada and was back at Itachi's side. Even he was shocked to see that the Magenkyu was ineffective. Nice try, Uchiha, Naruto remarked dryly. Your Magenkyu is no match for my bloodline, if I can be so modest. Not only it increases the power of my jutsu and seals to rival the power of the legendary sages, it also makes me immune from all forms of genjutsu, including your dreaded Tsukiyomi. His grip on his sword tightened. This can end in two ways. And in both of them, the Rokubi Jinchuriki comes with me. You make it sound like we have no choice. The fallen Uchiha replied. You don't, Naruto said as he prepared for battle. It's my way, or screw it, it's my way. End flashback. It was a 2-on-1 match between yours truly and the two Akatsuki. Kitami and the elite guard had retrieved Utakata and his student, a woman named Hataru who had came across the battle. Anyone would have been crazy to take on two S-class missing ninja by themselves, but then again, I'm not your average warrior. Kisame was easy to dispatch. Oh, did I forgot to mention that my sword was indestructible, and almost hacked Samehada into pieces? That forced the sword to absorb Kisame's chakra, which drained him to the point where I could easily drop him. Then I fought Itachi. Hard to believe that he murdered his clan just to test his skills. No wonder Sasuke was so screwed in the head. Since his Sharingan proved to be ineffective against me, Itachi went for his Anbu issued katana. Now this was starting to get very interesting. I guess I should mention that my sword has a real interesting technique. It can split in two. The look on Itachi's face was priceless. After 5 minutes of swordplay, Itachi unleashed Amaterasu. The black flames did a pretty damn good job of scorching the trees, as well as hiding my Hirashin. I ended the battle by wrapping Itachi up with chakra chains. Sheathing my sword, I saw that the elite guards had left the scene with my prize. Turning to Itachi, I left him with a parting shot. Your life is yours still, Itachi Uchiha. But the next time we meet, you will die. As I turned from the two Akatsuki, I stopped and turned around. Hiding in the brush were 3 ninja. 2 were living hives while the other had chakra which reminded me of old man Sarutobi. Asuma Sarutobi and the Aburame, Shibi and Shino. I looked dead at Asuma and wondered if I should pick a fight with the old man's son and the 2 Aburame. I decided against it and left the scene, leaving 2 unconscious Akatsuki and 3 bewildered Konoha ninja. The clone that Kitami had used to distract the 5 paths of pain vanished, its job done. Back west, Utakata regained consciousness the following day. There, I told him everything, about the Akatsuki's motives and my own plans in dealing with them. Utakata was surprised, who wasn't, when he found out that I was now the emperor, but he was no fool. A chance of a fresh start with his student was too much to pass up. He agreed to my offer of sanctuary within the empire. Konoha no Sato, the following day. Upon their return to the village, Asuma Sarutobi, along with Shibi and Shino Aburame, headed straight to the Hokage Tower to deliver their report. Asuma had been released from the hospital the previous week, and was assigned patrol duty so he could get back into the niche of things. Instead, he and the 2 Aburames stumbled upon Itachi and Kisame near the lightning border and witnessed a confrontation with the man in black over Utakata. Only the shinobi half of the Konoha Council was present, as Tsunade had ordered the civilian half to leave, as she was getting tired of their rampant stupidity, especially from Asana Harano. The civilian council wanted to place Jiraiya inside the bingo book as an S-ranked missing ninja, but Tsunade had refused. When they did it regardless, placing the Toad Sage as an S-ranked criminal with a retrieve on site order, the Fire Daimyo was furious. Tsunade had suspended the civilian side of the council for a month without pay, while the Fire Lord reduced Konoha's military aid by half and sent their B and A-ranked assignments to Wind Country for the next year. Jiraiya was no traitor, as the Toad Sage was in contact with the Fire Daimyo himself, and was granted immunity after leaving Konoha. Suffice to say, Jiraiya was taken out of the bingo book almost immediately. Even Danzo was against the council's move, which was surprising to most people. After all, Jiraiya was more useful alive instead of dead. Tsunade and the shinobi half of the council listened to the report with great interest of the confrontation with the man in black and the Akatsuki. Also present was Sasuke Uchiha, recently promoted to Jounin. It was through his hard work, not because of his name, that Tsunade finally relented and allowed him to take the Jounin exams. But Sasuke knew that Tsunade despised him for his role, which led to Naruto being banished. Sasuke was also interested in the man in black. He has, after all, came out victorious against the best Konoha had to offer. Now, he fought his brother and his partner, and had soundly defeated them in battle. So it's true, Tsunade said. The Akatsuki are gathering the Jinchuriki. She only hoped that Naruto was safe. Jiraiya was no help, since he has deprived the Leaf his spy network. That can prove to be a problem for the Akatsuki, Shikaku Nara pointed out. Yujito ni, the container for the two tails, has disappeared following Uzumaki's banishment. And just recently, Han and Rashi have also vanished. The Akatsuki did not intercept them. If anything, I'm willing to bet that the man in black has something to do with those incidents. Sasuke winced. Uzumaki. He still blamed himself for his attempted defection. Naruto was banished for simply doing his job and bringing him back. He kept his distance from Kakashi and Sakura. Kakashi had pretty much abandoned Naruto, while Sakura still called for his death behind Tsunade's back. In the months following Naruto's banishment, even he saw that things had went bad for the Leaf, despite what the civilian council had said. Konoha had lost every single trade agreement, an alliance it has forged because of his former teammate, and has become a virtual pariah in the shinobi community. Ichiraku Yumino was dead, having committed suicide in the months following Naruto's banishment. Like the others, he had forsaken Naruto in his time of need. It was Sasuke who had found his body, having slit his wrists with a kunai, unable to live with the guilt of betraying Naruto. Sasuke covered up the suicide in his official report, claiming that Ichiraku had simply lost the will to live. He was buried in the Konoha graveyard. Only Tsunade knew the truth. Ichiraku had left behind a suicide note. All it said was, "I am sorry." He deserved better. We do not deserve his forgiveness. We all abandoned him in his darkest hour. On Tsunade's orders, Sasuke incinerated the suicide note. Tuchi and Iam's business were hit hard in the following months. When confronted by Asano Haruno, they refused to recant and declare Naruto a demon. The civilian council, led by Haruno, had virtually boycotted their ramen shop. In retaliation, Tuchi and Aang closed down and moved to Wave Country, where the people welcomed them with open arms. Sasuke had heard that Ichiraku's was doing a lot better than it did back when it was in Konoha. The man in black has proven to be a worthy adversary, Asuma continued. We also gained some new information regarding him. Such as? Chusa Akamichi prodded. He has a bloodline, Shino said. He didn't say its name, but gave a detailed description as to what it can do. Captain Sarutobi stated in his report in regards to the confrontation with Haiden and Kazuku that Haiden's immortality was nullified with his seals. It's the most logical conclusion that the man is a top-notch seal master, of which he verified when he fought Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. He said that not only his bloodline boosts the seal's effectiveness, Asuma continued, but casting genjutsu on him would not work, as his bloodline makes him immune, as Itachi failed to pull him into Tsukiyomi. It also nullifies the Sharingan's ability to copy jutsu. Lastly, his bloodline also allows him to cast Senjutsu-level jutsu. No wonder why my Sharingan didn't work, Danza thought, remembering the confrontation at the ruins of Chirika's temple. But this boy is proving to be even more interesting every time I hear about him. I was careless the last time. He is a perfect candidate for being Konoha's ultimate weapon. Next time I see him, I will take him down. After defeating both Uchiha and his partner, he started to leave with his entourage, but he stopped and looked right at me. Asuma noted. His face, did you see his face? Koharu demanded. Asuma shook his head. No. Not his face. I saw his eyes. They were the color of pure gold. Then he turned and walked away. He had what he came for, so fighting us would have been moot. The bloodline could have something to do with his eyes, Chibi said. But that is just an estimated guess at best. Lady Hokage, this is very unnerving news, Amira said. We should place this man in the bingo book as a A-ranked criminal with orders to retrieve on sight. Whoever this man is, he has not killed any Konoha ninja, the Godame replied. And you know the law, Midokado. Unless a Konoha ninja dies at his hands, then we cannot place him in the bingo book. I honestly think that the civilian council's stupidity is rubbing off on you and Koharu. Ignoring the blubbering advisors, Tsunade continued. My order still stands. Find him and bring him in. I don't care if you have to use diplomacy or brute force. At that, Suminazuka smiled. After seeing the failed attempts of both generations of the Ino Shikacho trio, Team Guy and Danza's root ANBU, the feral clan head was itching for a chance to fight the mystery man. It had been a while since the elite Jounin had a good match, and she felt that the mystery man could give it to her. Side Chapter: Alliances and Paybacks. Point 4. Deserted village of Yugakure, hot water country. Inside a deserted bathhouse, Naruto cursed to himself for the 6th time that morning as he received the memories of the clone he had left at the hot water capital. The new hot water daimyo had sold him out to the squad of Konoha ninja that were heading this way in exchange for a hefty reward. Among the 6-man squad of Jounin level ANBU Black Ops, they were being led by Kakashi Hatake and backed up by the Inuzuka matriarch and her son. Naruto was in hot water country with his elite guard for an overnight stay before heading over to Spring Country. He was smart enough not to trust the cocky young daimyo, who had ascended to the position following the death of his father. Naruto had passed through the hot water capital with his elite guards and had decided to check out the former ninja village of Yudakure, Haiden's former village. The village had become a tourist town, forcing Haiden to leave. When Haiden returned after joining Akatsuki, he had Kazuku in tow. Together, they put the entire village to the sword. Only 5 survivors had escaped the village, and Yugakure was abandoned. The local people said that the city was cursed by the insane Jashin priest/ninja. Now, Naruto was hiding out, waiting for the arrival of his former sensei and the 2 Inuzuka. He had ordered the elite guard to keep the ANBU occupied while he dealt with Kakashi and the Inuzuka. Naruto did not forget their reactions to his banishment. He did not forget the cold indifference of his former sensei, or the death threats that were directed to him from the Inuzukas. And he wasn't in a forgiving mood. His spy network inside Fire Country had proven their worth. Not that he already knew how the Konoha 11 fought, but that he kept up with his former teammates' progress ever since he established the Pecora merchant house in Fire Country. The Emperor had changed out of his casual attire and into his standard battle gear, mesh shirt, black combat pants, and boots. His black flak vest was the last item he regarded for a moment. Black like the sound flak vests, but it was similar in design like Konoha, only there was no whirlpool spiral on the back. It was his favorite. He slipped it on and checked his items for the upcoming battle. Scrolls check. Standard kunai, check. Sword check. The second clone that he had placed at the village gates had dispersed, Naruto gaining its knowledge. They were here. Placing his face mask over his face and his bandana over his hair, Naruto secured the sword over his shoulder and stepped outside to face his former sensei and the Inuzuka. At the entrance, the massive one-eyed dog with the missing ear sniffed the air. He is close. Very close. Some Inuzuka gave her pet a pat on the head. Good, Kuramaru. Kiba Inuzuka gave Akamaru a pat on the head to soothe its whining. I know, boy. I know. This place freaks me out too. The team from Konoha were in a neighboring village when they received word from one of the hot water Damiyu's minions. The man they were looking for was in the capital, but was now headed in the direction of Yugakure. Several miles out from the city, the three Jounin and their 10-man team of ANBU Black Ops had encountered the man in black's bodyguards. While the ANBU kept the bodyguards occupied, the Inuzuka and Kakashi headed for the deserted village, where they quietly awaited their arrival. After seeing their fellow ninja brought back empty-handed, some had been itching for a chance to take on the man in black. When word reached the Konoha ninja that the mystery man was in the vicinity, the special Jounin immediately jumped at the chance. Kakashi, along with her son, who was also in training for becoming a special Jounin, had tagged along. So this is Yugakure. Some quipped as the trio of Jounins walked through the gate. Haiden's hometown, right? Kakashi nodded. It was, until the village went from a hidden ninja village to a hidden springs resort. Haiden didn't take it very well and left. When he returned, he was a follower of Jashin and had Kazuka with him. What those two had done had made the Uchiha massacre look like a backyard brawl. Out of a village of over 300, only 5 survived. I can see why our friend chose this village. The locals believe that it's cursed. Some snorted. Superstitious fools. Pretty smart for him to have his bodyguards keep the ANBU occupied. Divide then conquer, Kiba seconded. I can see why the others lost to him. They didn't have a special Jounin and a master of the Sharingan along with them, some said. The others were careless. This is not a game, Inuzuka, Kakashi pointed out. We have our orders. We have to bring him in for questioning. Some started to reply to that before she spied movement. There! She shouted as she and Kiba charged forward, only to have Kakashi restrain the both of them. Could be a trap, he said, raising his Hitaiite, exposing his Sharingan. He created 5 shadow clones and sent them off in the last known direction of the person some saw running into what used to be the village's inn. Watching from his perch several buildings away, Naruto shook his head. All too predictable, Hatake, he muttered to himself as the 5 clones chased after his own shadow clone. A shadow clone loaded down with explosive tags. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and… Naruto covered his ears. Boom! The blast threw the 3 ninja off their feet, while the 2 dogs threw themselves to the ground. Naruto chuckled softly. It was time to get reacquainted with his former sensei, and the Inuzuka. I really hate being right, Kakashi thought. The son of Tsukumo Hatake rose to his feet, as did Sim and Kiba. You two okay? Sim nodded. Yeah. Kiba grunted in response. Looks like you called it right, Hatake. It was a trap. Kakashi looked forward. And there he is. Sim looked forward. Kiba did the same, as Kuramaru and Akamaru growled. Stepping through the fire, like a demon out of hell, was Naruto. Kakashi looked upon his opponent. Little did he know that the man in black was his former student, the same one he had written off as worthless years earlier when he was banished. Sim and Kiba were elated. Here was the man in black, the same person who had killed Haiden and Kazuku and had gone through Danza and his route, both generations of the Ino Shikacho trio, held his own against Itachi and Kisame, and had beaten down Team Guy. Naruto cracked his knuckles, which was followed by him rotating his neck muscles. He was primed and ready to deliver some much-needed payback upon these 3. You did this to your teammate? You are worse than trash. You are scum. My mom was right about you. You're nothing but a damn demon. I'll kill you the next time I see you again. This time around, his chakra control wasn't screwed up like it was during the Chunin exams. It was time for some get even. Kiba looked at the disguised Naruto. This is what got Konoha riled up. He doesn't look like much. Don't underestimate him, Kiba, Kakashi warned. He is labeled as an S-ranked ninja. Some smiled. Oh, This was going to be fun. Naruto watched as Kiba performed the Inuzuka's signature jutsu. Beast Ninja Jutsu, 4 legs! Kiba shouted. Had Naruto did have his mask on, Kakashi would have seen the evil smirk on his face as Kiba crouched down on all fours, his already feral features becoming even more feral, his chakra radiating from their bodies. Naruto wondered why Tsum wasn't going feral alongside her son. Then it hit him. She was sizing him up, along with Kakashi. So, Naruto began, his eyes the color of pure gold. Been looking for me? Akamaru, stay back! He's mine! Kiba shouted as he charged. Naruto shifted his body to the side as Kiba reappeared, his elbows striking nothing but air. You missed, Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto deadpanned. Kiba blinked. You know me? That one distraction cost the male Inuzuka, as he did not see Naruto's fist on a course for his chin. It was a full-body swing too, came out of Konoha from where he was born, hooked a right through the Ninja Academy, picked up even more speed through the Chunin exams, and was forged in the fires of the Unification Wars. Crunch. Kakashi winced as the uppercut from hell caught Kiba square in the chin, and launched the feral boy in the air and backwards. He landed on his back, and slid to a stop in front of his dog, Tsum, Kuramaru and Kakashi. Kiba shook off the blow, but even he had to admit that it hurt like hell. Naruto chuckled darkly. This reminded him of the first time he had fought the Inuzuka during the Chunin exams, when Kiba knocked him on his ass. Kiba tasted blood. He spat it on the ground. First time in a while since someone made me bleed, Kiba said as he retrieved 2 familiar-looking pills. Looks like the rumors were right about you, but it's not enough. Akamaru! The dog barked as Kiba tossed one of the pills in his mouth, while he swallowed his own. When Akamaru's fur turned red, Naruto knew what was going to happen. Tsum smiled as her son performed the beast clone jutsu. It's over. Kiba has won. Kakashi did not share in Tsum's optimism as Akamaru transformed into a clone of Kiba. You can stop the macho act. The real Kiba began. And give up. The false Kiba finished. You're finished. You think that, wouldn't you? Naruto replied. Defeat me first, then boast. Until then, less talking, more fighting. Both Kibas charged. Much to their surprise, Naruto charged in as well, leaving only an afterimage of him standing before. Much to Tsum and Kakashi's surprise, Naruto was holding his own against Kiba and Akamaru. Amazing! Kakashi muttered as he tracked the action with his Sharingan. Rock Lee said that this guy's taijutsu was flawless. He's keeping up with Kiba. Even more interesting is that he's not using his chakra to it. Tsum growled. She had taught her son better than this. Meanwhile, Naruto was calmly blocking, dodging and weaving through the 2 Kiba's attacks. Let's see if I can provoke him into doing the Getsuga, Naruto thought. His fox eye knew which Kiba was the real one and which was Akamaru, tagging both of them with several blows of his own, enraging the dog lover when he failed to strike him. Ducking underneath their punches, Naruto knocked them both back with a power punch to the breastplate. Then he grabbed a handful of Kiba's flak vest, pulled him in and began to punch him in the face several times before let go of the dog ninja and ducked, just as the Kiba clone pounced, crashing into the real Kiba instead. Pitiful! Naruto sneered. Kiba growled. He had not laid a single blow on this guy and he was moving just as fast. On top of that, his eye was swollen shut from the guy's rapid-fire style of punches. Pulling a smoke bomb out of his pouch, he had the false Akamaru keep him occupied when he flung the bomb at Naruto's feet. Upon hearing the coughing and hacking, Kiba saw that his much-needed opening had appeared. Akamaru, now! Kiba shouted as they both charged into the smoke spinning into the Inuzuka signature technique. Getsuga! Wham! When the smoke cleared, both Kiba and Akamaru, who had reverted back into his original form, stood proud and tall over the still form of the man in black. Heh! Kiba breathed. Told you, that you already lost. Tsum let out a whoop of joy. That's my boy! You showed him what the Inuzuka could do! Her and Kiba's elation was short-lived, as the body of the man in black vanished in a poof of smoke. Kakashi spied movement from above and looked up. "Kiba! Watch out!" Kakashi shouted, pointing upwards. Kiba looked up, just in time to see Naruto sailing at him as he finished off several seals. "Wind release! Deadly tempest!" Kiba didn't know what hit him. All he felt was a blast of super-cooled air that struck him with the force of a stampeding bull, which... "All too easy," Naruto replied as he rose to his full height. Impressive, Kakashi thought. When Kiba threw that smoke pellet, he used a shadow clone while he escaped. I barely registered him jumping into the air. He masked his chakra while at the same time using it to escape the Getsuga. His mastery of battle tactics is on par with the Nara. And that jutsu. Some shook her head. "Kiba, you idiot!" As Akamaru reverted back to its original form, Kiba said one thing before losing consciousness. "Mama, I hurt." "Kuramaru, ready?" Some asked as she rose to her height. "As always," Kuramaru replied. "My son may be jounin, but he still has a lot to learn," Some said. She then activated the beast mimicry, followed by the beast clone, transforming Kuramaru into a clone of herself. "I am the matriarch of the Inuzuka clan, Special Jounin Tsum Inuzuka. You have proven to be a worthy adversary in your encounters with my fellow ninja. But it ends here. Then show me, Tsum Inuzuka." Naruto replied as he went into another stance, Thinkuken stance from SSF4. "Show me what a special Jounin can do." There was no arrogance in his voice. His tone was casual, borderline cordial. It then dawned on Kakashi. He was toying with them. "Tsum, stop!" Too late, Tsum and Kuramaru charged. Claws outstretched, the two Tsums attacked. This time around, she didn't make it easy for Naruto. The Emperor took one step back in order to keep Tsum from clawing his face off, allowing the Tsum clone to catch him with a dropkick to the chest, causing him to stumble. Capitalizing on her advantage, Tsum pressed on the assault, succeeding in tearing a gash in Naruto's flak vest. "I'll tear you apart piece by piece if I have to," Tsum snarled. "Trust me. It won't come to that," Naruto replied, right before unleashing his own counterattack. Tsum felt the air rush out of her lungs when Naruto punched her hard in the stomach, followed by an elbow to the gut. The Tsum clone got a knee to the chin when it tried to sneak attack from behind. It was at that moment that Kakashi realized that Kiba was gone. "Tsuga!" Crunch. Kiba had struck from behind when Naruto was distracted by Tsum. The impact of the blow had sent Naruto crashing through a wall. "Catch me off guard, will he?" Kiba said as he took a knee, the Tsuga taking a lot out of him. "Never underestimate the Inuzuka clan." Tsum smirked as Kuramaru reverted back to his usual form. "Sorry, Hataki. Looks like you get to sit this one out. The honor of capturing the man in black is ours. Kuramaru, Akamaru, retrieve our prey." Kuramaru and Akamaru barked in response and rushed in after Naruto. Kakashi could not shake off the feeling of dread that was creeping in his gut. That was too easy. Unless... His fears were verified when the unmistakable sound of a trap was sprung, the victims being the two dogs of the Inuzuka. Naruto stepped out of the hole he had made, looking worse for the wear, but still able to fight. His flak vest and mesh shirt were shredded from Kiba's tsuga. "That hurt, almost," he said as he discarded the shirt and vest, leaving him naked from the waist up. Kakashi took notice of the numerous scars on his chest and torso, think the smaller scars Kanzuya has on his body, a sign of a battle-hardened warrior. "Where's Akamaru and Kuramaru?" Tsum demanded. "I didn't kill them," Naruto replied. "They're incapacitated but alive. You were holding back all this time." The way Kakashi had said it was as if he was stating a fact. "Of course," Naruto replied as he prepared himself for the upcoming assault. "No matter how random things are, I always have a plan. And half of that plan has been executed by removing those walking fur coats out of the equation. The second half is simply beating you three down." Assuming his fighting stance, he said. "So, who wants to dance?" "Shut up! You talk too much!" Kiba shouted as he charged. Kiba! Wait! Both Kakashi and Tsum shouted. Too late. Kiba's hot-headedness had cost him. Crunch. Naruto's fist had broken Kiba's nose. As Kiba screamed in pain, Naruto swung his other fist with chakra-back strength, catching Kiba on the jaw. The sickening CRAC that followed had verified that Kiba's jaw was broken. The male Inuzuka was sent flying before falling into a heap on the ground. Kiba! Tsum screamed. Naruto smirked evilly. Kiba was just too predictable. One Inuzuka down. One to go. This time, Kakashi joined the enraged Inuzuka clan head in attacking the Emperor. Kakashi armed himself with a pair of kunai. This time around, Naruto had stopped holding back. Summoning a chakra chain and stiffening it so that he could wield it as a staff, Naruto went on the attack. He slapped the kunai out of Kakashi's hands and swept him off his feet. The older man was forced to roll out of the way when the Emperor attempted a leaping overhead strike, causing him to miss. Tsum attempted a tsuga of her own, but Naruto used the chain as a pole vault, propelling himself into the air, just as Tsum spun past him. When she landed, she felt the chain-like staff strike her on the back of her skull, leaving her stunned. Kakashi tried to attack Naruto from behind, only to find himself in a reverse armbar, and getting his face punched in repeatedly, as did Kiba before him, right before throwing him towards Tsum. The Inuzuka matriarch jumped over Kakashi and went on the attack. Naruto's fist bounced off her head, followed by the punch to her breastplate, which despite the flak vest still hurt like crap. The roundhouse kick to the side of her head sent her spinning to the ground. Kakashi retrieved his kunai and lunged forward, but Naruto elbowed him in the face, grabbed a handful of his hair and with one blow, ruptured his left eye socket. Twisting his former sensei's body so that he was bent and facing the ground, Naruto slammed his knee into his face before grabbing his jaw and flung him away. Tsum recovered and caught Naruto, raking her nails across his torso. Naruto simply ignored the pain and continued to fight. Ducking under a claw swipe to the face, Naruto punched Tsum's torso with 20 blows in the space of 3 seconds, followed by a right cross which busted her lip, and a kick to the chest, knocking her back. Naruto turned to Kakashi, who was just finishing up a long string of seals. Now what? Naruto thought as he looked at Kakashi, who was standing next to a lake. Monkey, bird, yam water, rat, boar, bird. His eyes widened as he recognized the jutsu, as it was also used by Zabuza and Haku. Oh crap! Water release! Water dragon bullet! Kakashi shouted. Naruto's reaction was instant. When the massive water dragon reached its apex, Naruto began his own set of hand seals. One thing about Naruto was his uncanny talent for battle tactics, which was honed during his years of fighting in the Unification Wars. As Kakashi and Tsum watched, Naruto countered Kakashi's jutsu with his own, just as the water dragon dove for him. Fire release! Deadly tempest! Naruto bellowed. The vortex of superheated air crashed into the water dragon, canceling the other out. It also had the effect of blanketing the entire area with steam. He knows fire jutsu as well? Kakashi wondered as he felt some back up to him. Damn it. Asuma and the Aburame called it right. His eyes are blocking the Sharingan's ability to copy his jutsu. Where is he? Tsum demanded. I can't see anything. We have to wait until the steam clears. Naruto, in the meantime, could see everything. Deciding to incapacitate Tsum first, he created a shadow clone to get her attention. The decoy worked, and Tsum went after it, ignoring Kakashi's yells for her to stop. Tsuga! Tsum screamed as she drilled through the steam, striking the decoy in the back. Had she been paying attention, she would have saw that it was a clone. Once she landed, Naruto struck with brutal efficiency. Tsum spun around, and threw one clawed hand at Naruto, only to have the younger man grab her wrist. When she tried to attack him with her other hand, he did the same. Cocking his head back, Naruto smashed his skull into Tsum's face, breaking the cartilage in her face before letting her go. Interlocking his hands together, he delivered an upward hammer blow which knocked her into the air, before slamming her back to the ground with a downward hammer blow. Tsum felt his foot in her back. Then she felt the 2 punches mid-torso, which was followed by the elbow into her shoulder, which broke her collarbone. Kakashi heard the scream from the Inuzuka matriarch and rushed to her last location. There, he found her, whimpering, holding her shoulder with her remaining hand, blood flowing freely from her nose. She would be of no use now. By that time, the steam had cleared. Kakashi was alone. Tsum and Kiba were both down. All that remained was him and Naruto. Naruto faced down his former sensei. All the memories of him favoring Sasuke over him came flooding back in an instant. The wave mission, in which he and the Banshee were ordered to practice tree climbing and chakra control while he trained his precious Uchiha. The Chunin exams, in which he had told Naruto that he was training Sasuke and not him. And that day when he was banished for simply doing his job, and Kakashi was one of many who had condemned him. So what Sasuke had been returned battered and bruised. The life of a ninja was full of risks. Kakashi didn't blink when he noticed the Chidori wound in his shoulder. Can't use the Sharingan, Kakashi thought, hoping that his only memento of Obito was not damaged. Kiba and Tsum are down. I'm gonna have to use the Chidori when I get the chance. That was all Kakashi could think before Naruto was upon him. The ANBU captain could do nothing but block as his, unknown to him, former enraged student unleashed nearly 3 years of pent-up frustration and anger upon him. Kakashi coughed up blood as he felt several of his ribs break from the onslaught. The man in black was unwavering in his assault upon him. Even more worse, whenever Kakashi tried to counterattack, it was as if the man in black was reading his every move. His counter-strikes were indeed brutal. In desperation, Kakashi performed a substitution, appearing behind Naruto while he had punched out a log that took Kakashi's place. Chidori! Naruto wasn't going to fall for that again. Imperial style, flash step. He whispered. Naruto had derived the flash step from the Hiroshin. He already can move just as fast as Lee without the weights, but using chakra to boost his agility, he found he could move fast to the point that he would leave an afterimage without the signature yellow flash. Something that Kakashi had found out the hard way, as he realized way too late that Naruto was behind him. With a yell, Naruto nailed Kakashi with his final attack. Boot! Jiraiya! Naruto's revised version of the 1,000 Years of Pain had met its mark, and sent Kakashi flying. The Jounin landed hard on his right side when he was sent crashing through a tree, the impact breaking his right arm and leg. Kakashi whimpered as he tried to get to his feet, but to no avail. Finally, Kakashi lost consciousness. Naruto took a moment to get himself under control. Looking around, he saw that all 3 Konoha Jounin were out cold, but alive. When Yahiko and the rest of the elite guards had showed up after blowing past the ANBU, they found Naruto crouched over Kakashi. The reason being, Naruto remembered Kakashi having one of his father's Hiroshin kunai in his possession. Said kunai was now in Naruto's hand, having pilfered it from Kakashi's effects. You of all people don't deserve this, Naruto said as he pocketed the kunai. You, Kakashi Hatake, abandoned me in favor of the Uchiha. I am not the scum you once proclaimed me to be. You are. Boss! Are you all right? Yahiko asked. Naruto nodded. I'll live. Let me grab my things. It seems that hot water country is not worthy of having a Pekora branch here. It's time for us to leave. Once Naruto had gotten his belongings, he performed the Demon's Gate Jutsu. By the time the second squad of ANBU had arrived, all they found were 2 dogs in a net, and 3 broken Konoha Jounin. Konoha Hospital Konohagakure, 2 days later. While taking their daughter for a routine checkup, Asuma and Kurenai Sarutobi decided to check in on Tsum Inuzuka. The Inuzuka matriarch was in her son's room. Tsum's arm was in a sling, her collarbone reset, as was her nose, as the bandage over that was any proof. Kiba was out cold. His jaw having to be rewired, his nose also reset. Akamaru and Kuramaru, who were on the ground resting, raised their heads, but calmed down once they saw that it was the Sarutobi clan head and his wife. Asuma knew the Inuzuka clan head for many years, as did Kurenai, since they both were on the same team together back when they were younger, and despite everything, they remained friends. When Kiba had told Sam that Kurenai was his jounin instructor, she approved of the decision. So how is he? Kurenai asked of her former pupil while Asuma petted both Kuramaru and Akamaru. Not as better off as me, Sam replied, subdued, gesturing to her sling. The Godame had to rewire his mouth shut. Looks like we'll both be out of action for the next couple of months in order to heal. So what happened? We received word from the new Damiya in Hot Water Country. Sam began. Said that the man in black was in the area, heading for Yudakure. Kiba, Kakashi, and I were close by. We waited for a backup of ANBU to show up before we gave chase. The man's bodyguards intercepted us, and the ANBU held them, allowing us to continue on. We found in Yudakure, and this is the result. Asuma winced. Ouch. Looks like you three pissed our friend off. Sam chuckled bitterly. You should see Hitaki. He had the worst of it. 12 broken ribs and both his right arm and leg broken. But that's not the worst of it. From what the Godame has told me, not only will he be out of action for close to 6 months, but he won't be able to sit right for the next couple of weeks. Just what did he do to him? Kurenai asked. Remember that joke jutsu that Kakashi likes to do? Asuma knew what Sam was talking about. The 1,000 years of pain. What about it? Looks like our friend did it to Kakashi, and he didn't use his fingers. He used his boot instead. Asuma winced. Ouch. Really hate to be him. Talk about the final indignity. Journal of the Emperor, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Entry 15. I was visiting the Imperial Consulate in Mist when at Yahiko's suggestion, I decided to check out the ruins of my mother's home village. I was surprised that the Whirlpool ruins were located in the far end of Wave Country. Wave Country was at least a few hours' travel by boat from here, and it has been a while since I visited the old drunk and his family. And Yahiko did have an interesting point. I was always intrigued about the Whirlpool village from what he told me, so I decided to head for Wave once my business with Mist was completed. Who knows, I may find some of my Mon's jutsu there. Whirlpool was known for its seal masters. Mom was part of the ruling class which ran both the village and the island, while Yahiko's family was the military arm of the village, kinda like the Uchiha's military police before Itachi went nuts. It was because of their mastery over seals that IWA had declared war and razed the town to the ground. Another reason to hate IWA. Arriving in Wave, I saw that the people have prospered since Gato was killed. Venturing into the town, I stopped when I saw a most welcoming sight. Ichiraku's Ramen. Here in Wave, they had upgraded from a ramen stand to a small restaurant. Now it's Ichiraku's Ramen Bar and Grill. Say what you want about me, I still love ramen. So before heading over to Tezuma's home, I dropped by. Sure enough, working the kitchen, were Tucci and I am. I may hate Konoha, but these two were one of the very few that did not see me as the Fox Reborn. For that, I will always be eternally grateful to them. They told me how they refused to see me as the Fox, and that Haruno's mother organized a boycott of their business. In retaliation, they simply closed down and moved to Wave, where they called themselves Ichiraku's Ramen Bar and Grill. I am also told me some bad news. Irika was dead. Tsunade had said that it was a suicide, that he felt an enormous amount of guilt for supporting the villagers in my banishment. The Uchiha had found the body. As I stayed overnight at the Inn of the Waves, I broke down and cried. I cried for Irika. Even though he sided with the civilians, he did not deserve his fate. The following morning, after breakfast, I spoke with Tezuma and the Council of Wave. After an hour of chatting and setting up a trade alliance, thus establishing the Wave branch of the Pecora Merchant House, it was off to Whirlpool, but not before leaving a clone in the town under a henge to make sure nothing funny happens while I was away. We arrived in the Whirlpool ruins mid-afternoon. Afterwards, we began to search the ruins of anything useful, jutsu, relics, anything. Following Yahiko's directions, I came across the estate of my mother. It was still fairly intact. There, I found the mother lode. Mostly wind jutsu, including a very interesting item, a scroll detailing how to make chakra wind blades, designed in similar fashion to the Raisin Shuriken. Oh, this could be quite useful. Yahiko found some water jutsu and a couple of swords inside his ancestral home. I've seen him fight with the sword, and he is very impressive. So all in all, this little expedition turned out to be a success. Then, I felt the clone disperse and I gained its knowledge. Konoha ninja were closing in, and fast, consisting of Mato Gai, that psycho instructor from the Chunin exams, Anko Mitarashi, and Hayashi Hyuga. I warned the others that we will soon have company, and told Yahiko and Konan not to kill them. 0 body count, maximum ego damage. Yahiko could get into that, as did Konan. So with the others properly warned, we continued our search into the ruins. We didn't have to wait long for the Konoha ninja to arrive. They surrounded us. Anko was busy giving Takuma the once-over. I think she likes him or something. Hayashi must have heard me and the others talking while we searched the village. He respected the fact that I had noble blood, given my relationship to the former ruling family of Whirlpool, but I wonder how he would take it if I told him that my mother was Kushina Uzumaki, wife to Minato Namikaze. Then Hayashi made a big mistake. When Anko questioned him as to why Hinata was not here, he said that the reason why she was not here was that she was weak, a stain on the family name. Once Hanabi made Chunin, he would arrange a marriage to Hinata to be married off to some nobleman so that the clan could gain more influence and power. I think that's what pretty much set me off, since I punched Hayashi, imitating the battle. While the elite guards fought the ANBU, I summoned 2 clones while having the Fox Eye active. The 2 clones turned into virtual doppelgangers of Anko and Guy and attacked, while I dealt with the arrogant Hyuga clan head. Hayashi was harder than Niji, so I knew that I was going to be in for one rough night. But I had the advantage of knowing how the Juken style works, as well as intimate knowledge of how the chakra circulation system works. So I countered Hayashi's attacks and struck him in his tenketsu points. Then I just beat the holy hell out of him for insulting Hinata. The clone that was fighting Anko was almost out of chakra, so I had to make this quick. Hayashi was already defeated, on his knees, looking defiant, but after insulting Hinata, I had to get some payback. You would think he learned after seeing the end result of Niji insulting her back during the Chunin exams. The flaw of your own power is arrogance, I said. Then I punched his forehead 4 times. When he will come to, he will have the word jerk punched into his forehead. With Hayashi out of the way, I turned my attention to Anko, who had finally succeeded in destroying the clone. She didn't see me coming. 1 punch to the head followed by me closing off her tenketsu points, and she was down for the count. Takuma was holding his own against Mato Gai, until I told him to stand down and leave the older man to me. Takuma did a good job of delaying the boisterous Jounin, but he was mine. I haven't forgotten him and Asuma booting me out of town, and I wanted to show him what I can do. Ironically, he met the same fate as did his pupil, the Shadow Dancer. So let's see, I fought the Ino Shikacho trio, then Konoha sent out the original Ino Shikacho trio, the One-Eyed Warhawk and 20 of his root, Team Guy, Hataki and the Inuzuka, and now, the crazy snake Jounin, Guy and the pompous Hyuga clan head. All had failed. Kanahigaku no Sato, several days later. Tsunade's voice rang throughout the village. You did what? Asana Haruno sniffed as she ignored the furious looks of the shinobi side of the council, while the civilians looked smug. We voted to reactivate Sasuke Uchiha as an active ninja. As of this moment, his house arrest has been lifted. Tsunade was furious. I did not agree to this. Only I can lift his punishment. If it's any consolation, most of the shinobi half voted against it, Asana replied. But the vote breaker came from Lord Hyuga himself. Whether you like it or not, Sasuke Uchiha is now an active ninja of Konoha once again. Tsunade growled. Fine. Just to make sure he does not run off to Orochimaru, I will add a stipulation to this decision. I will assign Captain Hataki and Captain Mitarashi to his detail. If the Uchiha attempts to run to Orochimaru, if he even farts in Oto's general direction, he will be immediately executed. You can't do that! Asana shouted. I just did, Tsunade replied, radiating killer intent over the council. It's high time that you civilians remember who is running the show. This is a shinobi village, and no civilians should have no say in shinobi matters. This has gone on long enough. You seem to forget yourself, Senju, Asana replied with a smirk. We can just as easily remove you from office. We have the wealthy and the men of quality in our ranks. And I have an army of pissed off, underpaid shinobi, Tsunade countered, slowly rising from her seat, glaring daggers at the arrogant Hirano, her voice rising in anger. An army of pissed off, underpaid shinobi who blame you and the civilian council for the mess that we are currently in. An army of pissed off, underpaid and potentially munitions shinobi that at my command will roast and eat your men of quality in the ashes of the town square. I will say this only once. Cross me again, and the Uchiha massacre will look like a village dance compared to what I will do. Furthermore, the civilian council and Hayashi Hyuga are immediately suspended for the rest of the month without pay. Get the hell out of my sight! It was true. Ever since the Fire Damia had the financial aid following their attempt to make Jiraiya a missing ninja, the civilian clans have been living high off the hog while the ninja were resentful of the docked pay brought on by the civilian council's stupidity. Even Danzu, who orchestrated Naruto's banishment, was furious over the council's arrogance. The village teetered on the edge of civil war, all thanks to the civilian council. A civil war that the shinobi force can win hands down. And if the Fire Lord decided to get involved, he would easily side with the shinobi. So peace, as shaky as it was, managed to continue inside the leaf. On the shinobi side of the council, the shinobi watched on with shocked looks as Asana, Hayashi, and the civilians hurried out of the chambers. Even Kohara and Hanmura were shocked to see this side of Tsunade. Despite having taken part in Naruto's banishment, they were on the side of the shinobi council this time around, and thankful that they voted against reinstating Sasuke. You were right, Shikaku, Chusa said. Women can be scary. Given the choice of dealing with Tsunade or my wife and Sim, I'll go with the latter, the lazy Nara said. Very troublesome. From the Journal of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Entry 16. The 6 months are over. Right now, I'm in Suna, having been personally invited by Gaara for the duration of the Chunin exams. The elite guards are staying at the Imperial Consulate, while I am at the Kazekage Tower. The Chunin exams in Suna were done in the same fashion as they were done back in Konoha. Only this time, instead of the Forest of Death, Gaara had used a deserted part of Suna for the scroll retrieval assignment. I had faith in Team Misfits. Although I really can't call them that anymore. But Maru, Moegi and Udan kept the nickname as a badge of honor. Sunshire, Okajima, Yamada and Chiba had trained them well. I had heard that they also breezed through the written exam in record time. But I knew that another confrontation with the Konoha ninja would soon be inevitable. Flashback. After witnessing the confrontation between Hinata and the Konoha ninja, Naruto departed for the Imperial Consulate. While walking through a side street, he met up with Yahiko and Konan. After explaining his intentions regarding Hinata, he asked Konan to tail Hinata for the next 2 days in order to get her schedule down. Once that was done, he would use one of the Imperial courier ninjas to summon Hinata to the Imperial Consulate. With the presence of the Konoha ninja, as well as that of the IWA ninja, Naruto had to once again go incognito as he was clad in his long coat, vest and boots, his Kage-style hat and face mask. Walking down a side street, Naruto, Konan and Yahiko headed in the direction of the Kazekage Tower to meet with Gaara. The ruler of Suna was very interested in meeting with the former Akatsuki founder and his lover, and Naruto was taking the both of them to him for a quick sit-down. So far, with the exception of Gaara himself, Fu and Yagura, the remaining Jinchuriki were safe in his empire, and the Akatsuki were none the wiser. Naruto stopped in mid-step. Yahiko and Konan also stopped. What is it? Yahiko asked. We're not alone, Naruto calmly replied as he turned around, as did his 2 bodyguards. Almost immediately, Yahiko drew out his swords, while Konan had her paper shurikens in between her fingers. Behind him were Kurenai Yuhi, Sakura Haruno, Kiba Inuzuka, Kakashi Hatake, Anko Mitarashi, and Tenten. Kiba had not forgotten the crushing defeat that he had given him, and was ready to attack. However, as Naruto calmly used the scroll to summon his sword, he relented. "Kiba! You can't fight him here!" Stepping in between the Inuzuka and his giant dog, was the one person that Naruto wasn't expecting to see. Clad in the standard Jounin uniform with the Uchiha crest on the sleeves, hiltless katana over one shoulder, and Konoha Hitaiite on his head, was Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto felt his emotions rising, but immediately suppressed them. If Sasuke was here, then that means Konoha was getting incredibly desperate in trying to bring him in. Naruto chuckled inwardly. Unknown to his former teammates and sensei, Cell 7 was back again. Only this time, they were on opposing sides. "I already met Itachi, you must be Sasuke Uchiha," Naruto remarked dryly. "What do you want with me?" "You fought against the Konoha elite," Sasuke replied calmly. "You even killed 2 S-class criminals and held your own against my brother. I want you to fight me." Naruto considered this very carefully. This could earn him the closure he needed, to close the book on Konoha once and for all. Oh, if he could only be there when Sasuke tells them that the man that they were chasing is the Emperor of the West. But Naruto wondered how Konoha would take it if they found out that the Emperor was the former container to the Nine Tails. "I accept your challenge, Uchiha," Naruto replied. "But not here. Once the Chunin tournament is completed, we will fight in the Suna arena." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Will Gaara allow it?" Naruto smiled meanly. "Once I speak to him, he will. I hope you can give me a better challenge than your brother." "Then you are a coward," Sakura sneered. "If you were a real man, then you would fight Sasuke now." "When I want your opinion, you pink-haired freak, I will ask for it," Naruto replied. "Until then, you can reattach your lips to the Uchiha's ass, fangirl." Something inside Sakura snapped. With a yell, she charged, fist cocked back, ready to fly. "Sakura! Stop!" the 3 senior Jounin shouted, but to no avail. Naruto simply stood his ground as Sakura threw her punch. Predictable as always, Haruno, he thought as he stopped her punch with one finger. Then he used a palm strike to the torso to knock Sakura back to Kakashi. With Sakura dealt with, Naruto turned to Sasuke. "You have 3 days to prepare, Uchiha." As he turned on his heel and walked off, Konan and Yahiko trailing behind. End flashback. After that confrontation, I made my way to the Kazekage Tower, and after Gaara had talked with Konan and Yahiko, told him of the challenge the Uchiha has thrown to me, and that I wish to fight him inside the Suna arena once the Chunin exams are over. Gaara didn't have no love for Sasuke, and agreed to my offer. I retreated to the Imperial Consulate to not only prepare for the match, but to also make plans in contacting Hinata. Entry 18. Took me 2 days, but I contacted Hinata. Right now, she is asleep, safe inside the Imperial Consulate. Her father had placed that damned seal on her, the same one that Niji had, and shoved her inside the Branch family when she lost to Hanabi. I cemented Hinata's loyalty when I not only removed it, but also told her that I was the Emperor of the West. Right now, Maru is the last member of Team Misfit to make it to the finals. Moegi and Idan ended up fighting one another. That match ended in a double knockout. Despite that, those 3 had made me proud. Gaara has taken me to the side and told me that he was very impressed with the results of their training, and despite how things may end, he will promote them to Chunin. I also received another shock. The last of the Jinchuriki was waiting for me inside the Imperial Consulate, wishing for an audience with me. I remembered her from my days as a Konoha genin. Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi. She had heard about me retrieving the other containers and granting them asylum from the Akatsuki. Fearing the organization of S-class criminals, her village had chosen to exile her. When he found out that I was in Suna, she sought me out. That was a first. But it did save me the trouble of tracking her down. We talked inside the Imperial Consulate. When I revealed my true identity to her, Fu was very surprised to see me again. I welcomed Fu into the ranks of the Empire, promising to take her with me once the Chunin exams are completed. Entry 19. Maru faced off against Hanabi Hyuga in the final match the following day. Hayashi was in the audience. Gaara told me that my little stunt with Hinata has left him pissed off, as he had the main branch ninja combs Suna looking for Hinata. But she was safely tucked away inside the Imperial Consulate. Several of them had picked a fight with the consulate's guards when they tried to enter the consulate, and were soundly trounced. When Gaara threatened to place the Hyugas into his sand coffins, they finally backed off. As for the final match, it kinda mirrored my match with Niji back in Konoha. Only difference was that Hanabi wasn't sprouting that fate bullshit, but she was acting like her shit didn't stink. Typical Hyuga superiority complex. But what she didn't know was that I taught Maru how to counter the Juken style when it became clear to me that he was going to fight her. Or the fact that Maru had signed his grandfather's summoning scroll and summoned the Monkey King, and used its staff form to soundly trounce her. Hanabi never stood a chance. Hanabi was knocked out cold. When I appeared on the stadium grounds, applauding Maru and congratulating him on his victory, I think Hayashi found out that I was one of his trainers. He had came to Suna to see his heiress clean house, and as Hinata had told me, to show her just how worthless she was when Hanabi had won. I think Hayashi was furious to the point that old man Sarutobi's grandson had trounced his precious heiress. He got a boot to the head for his troubles when he tried to attack me once again. Good thing I was dressed for battle, since Sasuke appeared. I ushered Maru out of the way as I faced down my former teammate. If I was angry when I fought Hatake, I was absolutely furious with the team. Hinata had filled me in that he was pardoned by the civilian council, placing the blame on both me and that hickey Orochimaru gave him, but Tsunade had him placed under house arrest, which was later lifted by the civilian council in order for him to come and face me and Suna. The Shinobi Council and the majority of the shinobi don't trust him ever since his attempted defection, whereas Sakura still worships the ground he walks on. Gaara himself gave the order to begin. Sasuke has improved during my absence, but I had fought and trained long and hard over the years. That title of Emperor wasn't just for show. But honestly, out of all of the Konoha ninja I had fought, Sasuke was the toughest. We fought for at least 30 minutes, until I finally gained the upper hand. Before I knocked him out, I told Sasuke that I was the Emperor of the West. Maybe now that would get Konoha off my back. After the match, I returned to the Imperial Consulate, and waited for the town to clear of the visiting ninja. Once they were gone, I said my goodbyes to Gaara and used the Demon's Gate Jutsu to return to Kimen City, with Hinata, and the last of the Jinchuriki. Sunsure was right. I had to face my demons and to free myself of my past. Beating down the Konoha elite pretty much did it for me. Now, I feel as if a huge weight has been lifted off of my shoulders. I can finally focus on the future of my empire. I can focus on Hinata. Konohagaku no Sato, following the conclusion of the Chunin exams. The civilian council had placed all their hopes on Sasuke, hoping that the Uchiha elite could defeat the man in black and bring him to Konoha, after the mystery man had given the leaf black eye after black eye after black eye. Their hopes were dashed when they saw the ninja that was sent to Suna return. Without the man in black. Despite his injuries, Sasuke had a report to make. Ignoring the guards at the gate, Sasuke and Kakashi headed for the Hokage Tower. Inside the council chambers. What? This time, the outburst didn't come from Tsunade. It came from Asana Haruno. Even the shinobi side of the council was very concerned at the change in events. Sasuke had just told them the identity of the mystery man. Several high-ranking jounin also sat in on this meeting, as they were curious as to who the mystery man was. I said he is the Emperor of the Western Empire, the Uchiha confirmed. He told me before knocking me out. The Kazekage had all but confirmed it. On the shinobi side, shock was the evident reaction, while disbelief reigned on the shinobi side. Even the normally arrogant Danzo was shocked. The mystery man was the infamous emperor that has been making waves back in the West. This definitely complicates things, Asuma said. This one agrees, some seconded. At least I feel a whole lot better about losing. Troublesome, Shikaka muttered. Very troublesome. We almost pissed off the Western Empire by attempting to kidnap their ruler. Inochi and Chuza, who were seated next to their teammate, also agreed. Danzu was thinking along the same lines. From what I managed to get out of Gaara, Sasuke continued, he is accompanied by his elite guard, 8 chosen warriors whose main objective is to protect the Emperor from any and all threats. So what was the Emperor doing in Suna, of all places? Asana demanded. He seems to be pretty chummy with the Godame Kazekage, Kakashi said. We noticed an imperial consulate in the city. Gaara's also mentioned that he had sent Sarutobi and his team to personally train under the Emperor himself. Given their performance in the Chunin exams, the Emperor has succeeded. I have to admit that those 3 cleaned house. Asuma smiled at that. Had Maru stayed in Konoha, he would have made a fine Chunin. It could be a trick, Asana shot out. As much as I would like to believe Captain Hatake and Jounin Uchiha, we need more proof. Those merchant houses that has surfaced, the Pekora merchant house, they came from the west. Tsunade knew what Asana's intentions were. There's a traveling merchant from the Pekora house in the market. I will summon her to appear before the council. The merchant in question was a former special Jounin-level kunoichi named Maki Asahina. Following the Unification War, she had left her unit at the age of 27 and had signed on to the Western Empire's Intelligence Division, which ultimately led her to the east, her assignment being Fire County. Her cover was that of a kunoichi-turned-traveling merchant working for the Pekora Merchant House's Fire Country branch. Located within the Imperial Consulate inside the Fire Capital, Tsunade found it strange that the Emperor had refused to allow a Fire Consulate inside his empire. She also had a paltry bounty of 25 million ryo placed on her head, given her role in killing a group of bandits who had tried to raid the Pekora merchant caravan while on the road to the Fire Capital. Twice a week, she and her entourage of Pekora merchants would travel to Konoha. She was also loyal to her emperor to the point that she nearly blew her cover when she ended up arriving on the anniversary of Naruto's banishment. Fortunately, her coworkers had managed to calm her down. So imagine her surprise while packing up the stand and preparing for the trip back to the Fire Capital. She was summoned to the Hokage Tower by 3 members of the ANBU to face the Konoha Council. Tsunade looked at the former kunoichi, easily identified by her crimson flak vest and her ninjato, which was strapped to her back. Maki looked back at her with a bored, yet curious expression. The slug sage cleared her throat. First off, thank you for coming to this meeting. You are not in trouble of any kind. We just have some questions we would like to ask of you. Maki shrugged her shoulders. Shoot. First off, what's your name? Tsunade asked. Maki Asahina. Former captain of the Imperial Defense Forces, 3rd Battalion, 7th Division, 1st Squad. Now I'm a merchant with the Pekora Merchant House, Maki replied. A merchant, yet you are armed and wear the flak vest of a ninja, Kohara pointed out. I wear this as a badge of honor. To remind myself that even though I am a merchant, I will always be a ninja, Maki replied. The katana is for merely self-defense. The shinobi could respect that, Danzu included. An ANBU handed her the picture of the disguised Naruto. Can you identify this man? Tsunade asked. Of course, Maki replied. That's His Imperial Majesty, the Crimson Fury of the Empire. In other words, he is the Emperor of the West. Whispers and murmurs were heard throughout the council chambers. Does he have a name? Danza asked. He does, but I am under orders not to say it. The Emperor has many enemies, and there are those in the East who wish to make a name for themselves by eliminating His Imperial Majesty and take his throne. His clan is virtually the richest out of all of the clans in the West. That was understandable to the gathered shinobi. That's not good enough, Asana Haruno snapped. Tell us his name. Maki turned to the civilian council member. You don't like that? Tough shit. I answer to the Emperor, not you. How dare you? Asana shouted, rising to her feet. You will tell us the name of the Emperor, or else you will pay a visit to Ibiki. Haruno, sit down, Tsunade ordered. Leave it to the hot-headed Haruno to antagonize their guest. But, Asana sputtered. Shut up and sit down! The Godame bellowed. The sheer will alone made Asana collapse into her seat. Once Asana was properly humbled, Tsunade turned back to Maki. I apologize for Representative Haruno's behavior. Apology accepted, Lady Hokage, Maki replied. I take it you want to know more about the boss? The boss? Tsunade repeated. It's a nickname we have for the Emperor, Maki explained. It goes back during the days of the Unification War. To answer your question, yes, Tsunade replied. We would like to know more. He's tall. 6 feet even, reddish blonde hair, blue eyes. But when he uses his bloodline, they turn to gold. Likes to wear black, which earned him the nickname the Man in Black. I fought alongside him in the Unification War, back when he was a teenager. You mean? Shikaku began. Maki nodded. He unified the lands and became emperor when he was 15 years old. That was 3 years ago. Quite an amazing feat for a kid. Asana snorted at that, but kept silent. Danzu, on the other hand, was pretty impressed. YOSH! The Emperor is truly a youthful opponent, Rock Lee shouted. To have unified the West in such a short time. Indeed, my most youthful student, Guy said. Guy-sensei! Lee! Guy-sensei! Lee! Guy-sensei! Lee! Bonk! Bonk! Tenten brought the dreaded jutsu to a halt by knocking both men out. The shinobi side breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Tenten, Tsunade said, thus sparing the council the dreaded flames of youth jutsu. Continue, Captain Asahina. He has that charisma, that strength. He can make you believe in him, Maki continued. He fights alongside his soldiers. Even when we were on campaign, he would do his share of the work around the camp, and still have time to conduct a war. He was trained in both the shinobi arts and the way of the samurai. I would die in a second for him. We all would. Loyalty, Inochi Yamanaka said. A powerful weapon for any leader to have. Maki nodded. Yes. He is loyal to his soldiers and to the people, and vice versa. What can you tell us about his armed forces? Danza asked, getting a nasty glare from Tsunade. Sorry. I can't divulge that information. Will that be all, Lady Hokage? Tsunade nodded. Yes. You may go. Maki bowed and departed from the chambers. Once she was gone, another round of talks began. I say she is lying, Asana said. We should take her to Ibiki and see if he can loosen that tongue of hers. Danzu was thinking along the same lines. Only difference was that he was considering kidnapping Maki and converting her to his route. But he quickly dismissed that idea. If she was tough enough to have a bounty on her head, then sending Route A and BU after her would be a bad idea. She was not lying, Inochi rebuked. I checked her mental patterns while we talked. She was very truthful and open. And from the look of things, she can still fight, even though she is no longer a ninja. We don't know what the ninja from the Western Empire are capable of. If the Emperor himself is a skilled fighter, what does that say about his forces? Tsunade sighed. Inochi did have a point. As of this moment, the Emperor is to be left alone. I will not have Konoha wiped out over a misunderstanding. The council nodded. The Godame turned to the injured Uchiha. Uchiha, get your injuries taken care of. This meeting is adjourned. Hyuga compound, the following day. Hayashi and Hanabi Hyuga faced the Council of Elders. Hanabi was still bruised from her match with Maru Saratobi, while Hayashi sported a fresh bruise from trying to attack the Emperor while in Suna, as well as an angry red handprint from where Kurenai had slapped him. Both the clan head and his designated heir did not look very happy. The reason being was not that Hanabi had made the grade to Chunin, as she was defeated by Maru Saratobi. The reason was that earlier that day, a courier ninja had dropped off Hinata's Hitayate and a scroll addressed to Hayashi and Hanabi. The scroll had all but verified it. Hinata had defected from the clan and the village. Hinata had disappeared the night before the Emperor had fought Sasuke Uchiha in the finals. Hayashi had the main and branch clan members comb Suna looking for her, but to no avail. Until that morning, when he received Hinata's hitate and the scroll. The scroll was simple and to the point, and it was from the Emperor of the West. To Lord Hayashi Hyuga and Hanabi Hyuga, heir apparent of the Hyuga clan. As of this moment, Hinata Hyuga has been granted political asylum. She is no longer a chunin in the Konohagakure shinobi forces, nor is she no longer a citizen of Konohagakure no Sato, as she is under my protection. I have personally removed the caged bird seal from her, thus freeing her from any and all obligations owed to the Hyuga clan. Sincerely, the Emperor of the Unified West. It was after he had received the letter that he tracked down Kurenai Sarutobi. She was out with her husband and their daughter, as well as with the Ino Shikucho trio. Flashback. Earlier that day, Hayashi, along with Hanabi, found Kurenai Sarutobi in the middle of lunch. Said ninja was with her husband and daughter inside a restaurant. Also tagging along was Asuma's former students, Shikamaru Nara, Chuji Akamichi and Ino Yamanaka. "Do you know where my daughter is, Sarutobi?" Hayashi demanded, his voice laced with anger. The patrons in the meantime had decided to clear out of the restaurant from the impending explosion that was soon to follow. Asuma had handed Hitomi to both Ino and Chuji, and sent her outside as well. Kurenai looked back at the arrogant clan head with no fear. "Which daughter? The one you pushed aside and branded? Or your precious little heir?" Hayashi's response to that was to slam down the scroll on the table. "You know damn well which one I am talking about. Hinata was your responsibility during the Chunin exams. And you let her escape." Now Kurenai was getting angry. "Don't you blame this on me, Hyuga," the red-eyed genjutsu mistress shot back. "Whose idea was it to send her to Suna so she could witness Hanabi's triumph? That was your idea, not mine. By the way, how did Hanabi do in the exams? I see that she is not wearing a Chunin vest." Asuma, in the meantime, was reading the scroll, with Shikamaru looking over his shoulder. "Is this for real?" the chain-smoking clan head asked. "Very," Hanabi replied. "Just so you know, we are going to hold your wife responsible for this, Captain Sarutobi." "My wife is not to blame," Asuma replied flatly. "Your father was the ones who placed Hinata under virtual house arrest after branding her with that damned seal. And I have to agree with my wife. You sent her to Suna, and you underestimated her. Hinata is gone, and I hold you responsible." Hayashi sneered. "I hope you're happy, Kurenai Sarutobi. She is gone, to be a whore to that upstart of an emperor." Slap. In a flash, Kurenai was standing in front of the Hyuga clan leader. Said leader now had a red handprint on his face, the end result of Kurenai slapping him in full view of his daughter, Asuma and Shikamaru. Hanabi rushed in to intervene, but was stopped in her tracks by Shikamaru's cagemate. "You are a damn fool, Hyuga," Kurenai spat out. "You placed that damned seal on her when she wasn't the perfect little heiress you wanted. Both the main and cadet branch treated her like garbage because of her support towards Naruto. At least with the Emperor, she can be happy for once in her life." At the loss of face, both from his daughter leaving and being physically and verbally berated by the Genjutsu master, Hayashi was ready to attack. However, a trench knife to the throat stayed his hand. He hadn't seen Asuma move that fast since, ever. "Touch my wife, Hyuga," Asuma deadpanned, "and I'll gut you where you stand." Before a brawl could ensue, a squad of ANBU Black Ops, led by Kakashi, intervened. End flashback. In the end, Hayashi and Hanabi were reprimanded. Kurenai was cleared of any wrongdoing, but it was a bittersweet victory. Tsunade had to follow the rules of the Konoha Charter, and Hinata was placed in the bingo book as a A-ranked missing ninja with orders to retrieve on sight. Now, the clan head and his heir was in a meeting with the Hyuga Council. "This is most disturbing news, Hayashi," one of the council members said. "Not only did Hinata had defected from the clan and from Konoha, but the Emperor was able to remove the caged bird's seal." "Impossible," a female Hyuga main branch member said. That seal was designed to be permanent. How can the Emperor remove it? Either way, no one from the branch clan must not know about this, the first member said. If they find out that the caged bird seal can be removed, then we are looking at a civil war. I agree, Hanabi said. Hinata is gone, and the Byakugan is in the hands of the Empire. That is unfortunate. But the Emperor cannot protect Hinata all the time. She is as my father has told me, and it has already been proven weak. All we have to do is bide our time. Hinata will return to the east. And when she does, we will strike. Furthermore, if it pleases my father and the Honorable Hyuga Council, I propose an incentive to get Hinata back. Such as? A third council member asked. A bounty contract on Hinata, Hanabi replied. 20 million ryo to anyone who brings Hinata back alive to face justice. A reasonable incentive, Hayashi said. After talking it over, the three council members turned to Hayashi and Hanabi. Your proposal is acceptable. Make it so. Several hours later, Shikamaru Nara was currently enjoying his favorite pastime, cloud watching. Or at least he was when the form of Sasuke Uchiha blocked out the clouds and the sun. So is it true then? Shikamaru asked, not moving from his perch. The man in black is the Emperor? It is, the Uchiha replied. This complicates things. What do you want with me? A word, with you and your father, Sasuke said before walking off in the direction of the Nara home. The lazy Chunin groaned. Damn. This is very troublesome. Nara Ranch later on. Shikaku Nara played host to Sasuke Uchiha. The clan head / deer herder and his heir sat at a table with the Uchiha. Yoshino had served the three men drinks, stopping only to give her husband and the last Uchiha a nasty look each before retreating into the kitchen. Apparently even the hot-headed wife of Shikaku disliked playing hostess to even Sasuke Uchiha. To what we owe the honor of your visit, Sasuke Uchiha? Shikaku asked as he took a sip of his tea. The Emperor of the West, Sasuke replied. We all fought against him. We all lost. You want to trade notes? Shikaku surmised. Not much to tell about him, only that for a kid, he's pretty damn tough. I always thought that he would be older. But still, to unify the West in only 2 years, very impressive. Fighting-wise, we got off light. Can't say the same for Hitaki, the Inuzuka and the Hyuga. He's a hard person to analyze, his fighting style ranging from direct and brutal to smooth and fluid. I saw that as well, Sasuke said. His taijutsu and ninjutsu are top-notch. Add the fact that his bloodline pretty much blocks the Sharingan's ability to copy jutsu, he is indeed a formidable fighter. Given his skills and abilities, Shikamaru began, he could easily make SS ranking in the bingo book. Danza's taken an interest in him. Pretty obvious, Sasuke said. I think he's given up on me joining his side. But you got to admit that it's strange. The Emperor knew exactly how to fight each and every one of us. He knew our strengths and our weaknesses and exploited them to his advantage. He broke your cage main before Ino could possess him with her mind jutsu, and repeated the feat with your father. He knew how to counter and exploit the weakness of the Hyuga's Jukin. Rock Lee respects him, despite losing to him, as does Guy. Tenten is pretty much obsessed with that sort of his. But that beatdown he gave to the Inuzuka and Captain Hitaki. Shikaku shuddered. Very troublesome. Sasuke nodded. Indeed. And look what happened to Hitaki. And he and his elite guards took apart Danza and his route, as well as 2 separate squads of ANBU Black Ops. Captain Mitarashi wants a rematch against him. There's a lot more to this guy than he appears. You think that, wouldn't you? Shikaku responded. Hitaki may have been an idiot for a sensei, but he did teach one valuable lesson. Look underneath the underneath, the Uchiha replied. Gaara seems to know him. Why else would he attend the Suna exams? You're thinking that he could be allied with Suna? Shikamaru asked. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. Could be. I noticed an imperial consulate in the city. And Gaara was more than willing to allow the Emperor and myself to fight in the Suna arena once the tournament was completed. So yeah, an alliance with Suna is pretty feasible. Hard to believe that he unified the West while most of us made Chunin. Shikamaru drawled. And he survived a confrontation with Itachi and his shark-faced buddy, a feat in itself. And the fact that he has intercepted most of the Jinchuriki from the Akatsuki. Sasuke trailed off. Do you think Thatha can be among them? Shikaku and Shikamaru stiffened slightly. They knew that Sasuke was talking about Naruto. While the remaining members of Cell 7 were indifferent in regards to his banishment, Sasuke showed general remorse in seeing his former teammate banished. Shikamaru had even overheard him at his cousin Obito's grave one day, saying that Naruto may had been a knucklehead and a dead last, but he was loyal and that the council should not have banished him. But ever since Sasuke had released the details of the planned Uchiha revolt, as well as of the circumstances of the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha, he has gained even more of the shinobi population's mistrust. The civilian council continued to kiss his ass. Sasuke downed the rest of the tea and placed the cup back on the tray. Either way, I hope he is still alive and happy, regardless of his banishment. Thank you for your time, Lord Nara, Shikamaru. I think I can find my way out. Once Sasuke was gone, Shikaku looked pensive for the first time in a while. So what do you think? He asked Shikamaru. Uchiha has a point, Shikamaru said. Deception's always been part of our way of life. The Emperor is a wild card at best. A highly skilled wild card, but a wild card nonetheless. Despite everything that has happened, he did save Asuma-sensei from Haiden. Shikaku wasn't convinced. What do you really think, son? Now that Sasuke was gone, Shikamaru could speak freely. That the Emperor could have spies and informants in the east. Maybe inside the Fire Capital, or even Konoha. Worst-case scenario is that the Emperor is connected to Konoha in some way, and knows how each of us fight, and counter our signature techniques. And the way he had beaten down Niji and Lord Hyuga, not to mention how he brutally beaten Captain Hataki, the Inuzuka matriarch and Kiba, shows that those five had slighted him in some way. Everyone else just got lucky. And the Emperor has been intercepting the Jinchuriki. Sasuke did make a valid point. Uzumaki could be among them. You still think that he is the Nine-Tails reborn? Shikamaru thought about it for a moment. When he was banished, yes. But now that I think about it, if he was the Kyuubi, then he would have long since razed this place to the ground. I think he really is the jailer. But more importantly, he will probably never forgive us for favoring Uchiha over him. The elder Nara nodded. He then made a decision. Shikamaru, what I am about to tell you must not be uttered outside these walls. No one, not even Asuma, or Chuji, or Ino or the Hokage herself must not know. Promise me. Shikamaru nodded. Is this a troublesome secret? Troublesome does not even begin to describe it, Shikaku replied. It concerns the circumstances of Uzumaki's banishment. Swear it to me, on your honor as a member of the Nara clan. Shikamaru sighed. I swear on the honor of the Nara clan. I will tell no one. And Shikaku told him. Once he was finished, he stood up. Feel free to throw up. I know I did. Once Shikaku was out of the room, that was what Shikamaru had did. He made a beeline to the bathroom and emptied the contents of his stomach. His dad was right. Troublesome did not even begin to describe what has happened to Uzumaki. My God, what have we done? Was the last thought that Shikamaru had before he puked again. Side chapter, Hinata's Ascension. Point 1. Hinata's Diary. Entry 1. My first day in the Western Empire. I'm still thinking that this is a dream. That I'll wake back up in Konoha, and that I still have that damned seal on my forehead. Thankfully, it's not a dream. I'm here with Naruto. I'm finally free from my family. I heard from Temari that the Konoha ninja were looking for me at the conclusion of the Chunin exams back in Suna. They didn't know that I was hiding out at the Imperial Consulate. I know that this act will make me a missing ninja and will earn a place in the bingo book, but I really don't care. Now that I'm here with Naruto, I can do almost anything. While hiding out at the Imperial Consulate, Naruto had introduced me to his bodyguards. The elite guards, as he called them. A group of ninja and samurai assigned to protect him. Two of them really stood out, as Naruto told me that they were once part of the Akatsuki, Konan and Yahiko. Naruto had rescued them from death at the hands of their former organization, and now they serve him as his guards. Once the tournament was over, Naruto said his farewells to Gaara and returned back west. Konohamaru no, make that Maru, Moegi and Udan followed him, Gaara having assigned them to the Suna consulate back in the west. Naruto had their Chunin vests with them, and would present them to the three once we returned home. Naruto had used a special type of jutsu to return home, called the Demon's Gate, allowing himself access to any location he has been. Only thing was that it used a lot of chakra. But it was a very effective jutsu. The first thing that Naruto did when we returned was to tell those inside the Imperial Complex that I was his honored guest. Any attempts on my life will be met with instant death. He gave me the tour of the Imperial Complex, introducing me to several members of his staff along the way. Including the former Raikage A, Naruto also confirmed that he rescued A and his brother from being assassinated when he was overthrown, and that A served as his chief advisor. Naruto also said that aside from Yugura and Gaara, he saved the Jinchuriki and offered them a home. But one encounter really stood out in my mind. That encounter was with the Ninetales herself. Flashback. Imperial Complex House of Sovereigns, Council Chambers. Maru Sarutobi, Moegi and Udan stood before the Emperor of the West, Hinata standing beside him, looking on. Also present was Sunshire, Takuma Chiba, Hade Okajima, Kokoro Yamada and Rina Shiratori. Temari and several high-ranking Suna Jounin were also present for this ceremony. Naruto produced a scroll, unrolled it, and activated it. 3 Chunin vests appeared before the 3 Suna ninja. Money cannot buy the honor which you 3 have earned, Naruto said as Team Misfit claimed their prize. You make us all proud. The gathered audience applauded. By order of the Godain Kazakage, you are now Chunin of the Sand, Temari decreed. You 3 are assigned to the garrison at the Suna consulate. As your training with Emperor Namikaze was a success, Gaara will allow you to continue your training under the Emperor. If this continues, you may become Special Jounin. The older people congratulated the newly minted Chunin. In the meantime, Naruto had exited the room, Hinata following him. He had stopped a valet and asked them to order some barbecue from the village, for the graduation party that would soon follow. On their way back to the Imperial Palace, they were greeted by a voluptuous red-headed woman in an elegant kimono. "Ah, I see you found her, Kit," the woman began. "That I did," Naruto replied. "She was in Suna acting as a chaperone for the Chunin exams." The redhead turned to Hinata. "Hinata Hyuga, of House Hyuga. The Kit has spoken highly of you. It is good to see you again." Hinata was puzzled. "You know me?" "In a way. I was sealed inside his gut up until he was able to reverse the seal." The woman inclined her head as she introduced herself, watching with amusement as Hinata's eyes bulged out of her head as her tales emerged. "Kitami Akashiya, Chief Prime Minister of the Unified West. But I am also known as Kyubi no Yoko." End flashback. Naruto gave me the backstory shortly afterward, about the circumstances regarding both himself and Kitami. And I always thought that the Ninetales was a bloodthirsty demon. Kitami proved me wrong. She's actually pretty nice. Following the dinner celebrating the Misfits' promotion to Chunin, Naruto and I talked for most of the night. Actually, he did most of the talking while I just listened to his tales about fighting in the Unification War. I can honestly say that I am impressed. We also talked about our relationship. I still love him, and Naruto had reciprocated those feelings back in Suna. We both agreed to let things run their course. Entry 2. The following morning, I woke up to an empty bed. Naruto was already awake and about. He was nice enough to leave me a clean uniform that I can wear until he can get me some more clothes. I cleaned myself up and changed clothes. Naruto and his elite guards were hanging around outside the training hall with Maru, Moegi and Udan. Naruto was sparring with Maru while the others chatted and joked with each other. I watched the scene from a distance, with a smile on my face. Naruto always had that air about him. Even back in Konoha, when he was screaming to the rooftops that he was going to be Hokage, he could make you believe in him. This wasn't the Emperor of the West I was seeing. This was just a man who cares about his people. He can laugh with them, joke with them. Just because his father was Konoha's hero and his mother was the former ruler of Whirlpool didn't mean that he could mingle with the common people. While watching them, Kitami came to me with an offer. An offer that would change my life. Flashback. Imperial Complex, Kimen City. He never stopped thinking about you, you know. Hinata eeped at the deep voice and turned around. There, in a shaded area of the complex near the training hall, in all her nine-tailed glory, was Kitami. The Kyuubi no Kitsune was resting in the shade, chuckling inwardly at scaring the crap of her former container's chosen mate. Hinata eyed the giant fox warily. It was just as big as Akamaru, if not bigger. Even more so, the ninja and samurai that served as the grounds guards did not bat an eyelash over the presence of the Ninetails. "I'm not going to bite you, Hinata," Kitami said, her voice showing amusement. "Naruto would be very upset if I tried to eat his chosen mate." Hinata blushed at that. Both her and Naruto had a long chat about how their relationship should go. From Kitami's perspective, Naruto choosing the former heiress as his wife was a foregone conclusion. But the next thing that Kitami had said had her curiosity piqued. "Since you are here, I have a proposal for you," the massive fox began. "Konoha was known for producing the 3 legendary sages, but Whirlpool was known for its own sage, the Fox Sage. Naruto's grandmother and mother served as the first 2 sages. Naruto sees great potential in you, as do I. I watched your performance in the Chunin exams through his eyes, when you fought against your cousin. If you agree to my proposal, Hinata, you will undergo training to become the 3rd Fox Sage." "Why me?" Hinata replied. "Why not Naruto? The Fox Sage can only be a female and a member of the Uzumaki clan," Kitami replied. "While Naruto is Uzumaki, he can't be the sage for obvious reasons. But I'm not of the Uzumaki clan," Hinata pointed out. "At least, not by marriage anyway," Kitami replied. "But I am willing to overlook that part. So what do you say, Hinata? Are you willing to show Naruto that you are strong? Are you willing to show your former clan that you are not worthless when the time comes to face them? Since you have defected from both Konoha and from the Hyuga, a confrontation between them is inevitable. Naruto knows your true worth. Prove him right." Hinata had to admit that Kitami had a point. If anything, she would have to face Hayashi, Hanabi and Niji in the future. Kitami was offering her a way to prepare herself for the upcoming storm. And a chance to prove to Naruto that she was no pushover, that she was truly worthy of his heart. Hinata slowly nodded. I accept your offer, Kitami." The Ninetails smiled, showing off her rows of sharp teeth. "Good, Hinata. The training will take at least 6 months. I will teach you ninjutsu and taijutsu, as well as how to heal. What is your elemental release?" "The Hyugas are mostly attuned to water, but mine is fire release." Hinata sounded ashamed. Kitami caught on immediately. "You have nothing to be ashamed for, Hinata. Fire is the strongest of the elemental releases. Naruto is a master of wind and fire. You have the potential to become even better than Mito and Kushina. Oh yes, Hinata. You will become great." In the back of her mind, Hinata wondered just what she had gotten herself into. End flashback. Entry 3. My training to become the 3rd Fox Sage began the following day. The Fox Sage is 3 parts, part healer, part warrior and part assassin. Mito was the better assassin, while Kushina was the better warrior. My interest was in healing, and before I left Konoha, I was studying shiatsu and herbal medicine from Tsunade, as well as getting some pointers in regards to diplomatic relations. Monday through Thursday, I have to undergo taijutsu training. Fridays I spend time with Sunshire, who took me on as a pupil in diplomatic relations. The weekends I spend with Naruto, as he showed me around town. Kitami also told me not to shy away from my Juken style. I knew the style from front to back, since Hayashi basically drilled it into my head. But when I wasn't performing up to his standards, he abandoned me and focused on Hanabi instead. So during one of our spars, Kitami had defeated me while I used the original style. Naruto was watching the entire thing. Afterward, he pulled me to the side and gave me some advice. You know what's wrong with the style, Hinata. The solution is simple: remove all the flaws and weaknesses of the style. Then the gentle fist will be unstoppable. Think of it this way: a sculptor doesn't keep adding more clay to a statue. He instead removes the inessentials until the truth is revealed. Come to think of it, Naruto was right. I tried to voice my opinion on the style to Hayashi, but he refused to listen. Now I have free reign. Naruto taught me how to make a shadow clone, which helped in my sage training, as well as revamping the Juken style. From what I know about the Hyuga clan, it was the first clan to settle in Konoha following the battle between Tsunade's grandfather and Madara Uchiha over who would be Hokage. The Juken was designed to be an elite style, given our abilities to see a person's chakra system. But I dug in a bit deeper. The original name of the style before it switched to Juken was called Kenshiki Kabujitsu. The original scrolls were either lost to history or were destroyed as the style evolved. I always thought that since Naruto had beaten both Hayashi and Neji twice, they would at least improve on the weaknesses of the style. I was wrong. So after training with Kitami, I spent 2 hours a day with a shadow clone and several notebooks as I put in all of the basic, mid-level and advanced techniques of the Juken. Then I stripped them all down and worked my way from the bottom, using my mistakes during the fights with Neji and Hanabi as references. Improvisation and creativity was not allowed back in Konoha, as the clan thought that it would weaken and taint the so-called purity of the honorable style. Honor. Konoha was supposed to honor the wishes of Naruto's father in regards to his son, and he was ignored. I later found out that Asana Haruno had spearheaded the whole thing. Turns out that she was madly in love with the Yellow Flash, and when Minato chose Kushina over her, Asana was furious. So with Minato and Kushina dead and Naruto left as an orphan, she unleashed hell on Naruto because Minato had loved Kushina over her. Naruto told me what he thought about honor. Honor is nothing but bullshit. Honor was only designed by weak people to keep the strong in line. I learned that when I was banished. I never put that much stock in honor. From my experiences, those who call themselves honorable were hiding their true agenda. There is only the right action, and what a good person truly desires is here, points to his head, and here, points to his heart. By what you decide and how you live, you will live a good life, or not. Leave it to Naruto to inspire me to do what I know is right. It's one of the reasons why I love him so much. Imperial Palace, nighttime 3 weeks after the Suna Chunin exams. Ow! Hold still, Hinata. I'm almost done. Ow! Inside the master bedroom of the Imperial Palace, Naruto was tending to Hinata's injuries. Kitami had created a wooden training dummy, similar to the wooden Wing Chun training dummy with stand, and had Hinata train on it for most of the day. The end result was skinned knuckles, several cuts and bruises, and a couple of splinters. Naruto was busy tending to Hinata's wounded hands. A first aid kit was on the table, and it was open. Naruto was plucking the remaining splinters out of Hinata's right hand with a pair of tweezers. Her other hand was already treated and bandaged. Fortunately, it was Friday night, meaning that the Emperor and Hinata had the weekend off. If it's any consolation, I had my share of injuries when I was training under Kitami as well, Naruto said. Combine that with Sunsher, Zabuza and her, Kitami was the toughest. Between you and me, her training methods could give Guy a run for her money. She was that bad? Ow. Hinata winced. You're getting off light and becoming a sage, Naruto said as he cleaned the injuries and was currently bandaging them. I was busy learning how to fight so I can unify the lands. She's training you for 6 months. I had to train for 9. Sunsher was strict in ways that would make old man Sarutobi blush, Zabuza was a certified psycho, Yujito is a sadist, and Kitami's an insane dominatrix. Hinata cocked an eyebrow. And those 4 helped you win the war? I wouldn't be emperor without those 4 and their insane training methods. True. Okay, all done, Naruto said as he finished tending to Hinata's injuries. You should be fine come Monday. The Emperor of the West packed up the first aid kit and rose from the seat. Unknown to him, Hinata followed him. Naruto walked over to the nightstand and stowed the kit away. When he turned around, he was caught completely unaware by Hinata standing behind him. They had kissed before, but this time around, it was Hinata, not Naruto, who had initiated it. This was another thing that Naruto had liked. Hinata was becoming more assertive and less meek. She was becoming his equal, but out of respect, she was his second in command. Oh, were the Hyuga and Konoha going to be in for a shock when Hinata resurfaces as not as the Fox Sage, but as the Empress Consort of the Emperor himself. Empress Consort Hinata Namikaze, Naruto thought as he carried her to the bed. I like that. The couple would make out for most of the night. They both agreed that they would take their relationship further when they were both ready. Right now, this was all they needed for the moment. Entry 4. Naruto has received a copy of the bingo book from Temari. Sure enough, it has my profile in it. A rank missing ninja with a retrieve on-site order. Even more worse was the bounty contract that came with the bingo book. 20 million ryo. That's more than half of what a suma is worth. Good thing that Naruto does not plan on heading back east for a while. But I'm not worried. Naruto will protect me. I've seen him in action, and he will not hesitate to kill anyone who threatens his empire or those he care about. This also verified my desire to become even stronger. I also was introduced to the former Raikage of Kumo. Given the fact that I was nearly kidnapped by Kumo ninja when I was a child, I was wary. A reassured me that the incident in which Hizashi had lost his life was his predecessor's doing, as he wanted the Baikogen. I knew that Yujito was a Jinchuriki, as was Ai's brother. Naruto verified it for me. 2 of his elite guards were formerly of the Akatsuki, the organization of S-class criminals back east. Naruto had intercepted the surviving Jinchuriki and offered them asylum within the empire. As for Konan and Yahiko, he had them placed inside his elite guard not only to protect him, but also to keep an eye on both of them. So far, Kitami has not seen any reason not to trust them. While I was training with Kitami, she told me the whole story. The 6-path sage, the 10-tailed beast, Madara's Eye of the Moon plan, and Naruto's plans in trying to stop it from destroying everything. I hope that Naruto succeeds in destroying the Akatsuki and Madara. Entry 5. My research into overhauling the Gentle Fist is progressing smoothly. Back when I was in Konoha, I asked that bastard I once called father about it. His reply: the Kinshiki Kabujitsu is forbidden for a reason, Hinata. Not that it would matter since you are a weakling. What he didn't know was that one night I snuck inside the main house and after searching through his study, I found the Kinshiki scroll. They did not give me any fighting techniques, but it did give me a bit of history on the predecessor to the Gentle Fist. The forbidden style of Kabujitsu was in the eyes of the main branch, a primitive style, designed to take on multiple targets. In layman terms, it was a style based on instinct. One thing that they did incorporate into the Gentle Fist was the 8 trigrams, and made it a more lethal move. Whereas the Gentle Fist relied solely on disrupting the chakra systems of the enemy, the Kinshiki Kabujitsu targets not only the chakra points, but also has the ability to tear muscle and bone, as well as targeting the shiatsu points. The only reason I did not research this further was that I was pushed into the cadet branch. Naruto was my test subject. Or rather, a shadow clone of his while he and Kitami watched. I first started with the basics of the Kinshiki. The Kinshiki is above all things, a fighting style that can be used to deceive the opponent, and to exploit their weaknesses. I took down the clone in less than 10 minutes. My theories on the Kinshiki proved to be correct. No fixed positions, no set movements. It's a lot like Naruto's fighting styles, professional and direct, no wasted movements whatsoever. If the basics can drop a clone in less than 10 minutes, then I would like to see how the advanced styles will do. Entry 6. At the meeting of the Imperial Council, Naruto introduced me to the other council members. Sunshine I already met. I sat in on the council meeting. The others had heard only an inkling about me, that the Emperor has finally found someone worthy of his heart. I think Lady Ehara was disappointed that she was unable to arrange a marriage with one of her daughters to the Emperor, but she was still happy for Naruto. I told them the truth about my past. How Naruto and I came up together in the Konoha Ninja Academy, all the way to the events during the Chunin exams in Suna. I also told them that Kitami was training me to become the next sage and that Naruto and I decided to marry once my sage training is complete. The council members were shocked to hear such a thing, but they all gave me their support, formally recognizing me as the fiancé of the Emperor of the West. Once that meeting was over, Naruto introduced me to the spring daimyo, Yuki Fujikaze. She was in town shooting a new Princess Gale movie and had decided to stop by the Imperial Palace. I was curious as to how she and Naruto knew each other, and Naruto told me. They met shortly before the Sasuke retrieval mission when she was hiding from her uncle, who was the ruler of spring, then called Snow. It also explained the funny autograph I saw of Naruto and her in his office. Yuki was surprised, then overjoyed at the news of our engagement. Naruto promised her that she will be the first to personally receive a wedding invitation. Aside from that fact, Yuki was there to talk of a trading agreement with the Empire and Spring Country. Naruto's terms were more than generous. Allow a Pekora branch to be established in Spring, and Yuki can get much-needed items to Spring Country at a reduced price. She agreed. Entry 7. It's been nearly 5 months to the day that I agreed to come here. 5 months and my sage training is nearly complete. The Kinshiki Kabujitsu has been perfected. Of course, I needed a training dummy, so Takuma Chiba volunteered. Naruto and the elite guards were in attendance inside the training hall, as were the Imperial Council and Kitami. Naruto acted as proctor. He laid down the ground rules. No crippling moves, no killing the opponent. Hand-to-hand combat only. He then gave the signal to begin. I saw why Takuma Chiba served as a member of the elite guards. His taijutsu is extraordinary. But I kept pace with him. Aside from my training with Kitami and Sunshine, Naruto has been helping me as well. He taught me how to make shadow clones, and of their one major advantage. Whenever a clone is dismissed, the person gains their experience. The most I can make were 5. But they served their purpose. Takuma was not holding back. Neither was I. We fought long and hard for 15 minutes, trading blows, until I decided to end it by using the 64 palms. Takuma went down after I sealed his tenketsu. Seeing that he had lost, he conceded defeat. It was that moment I knew that I had earned the respect of not only the elite guards, but of the council as well. Naruto and Kitami looked on in pride as the Imperial Council formally recognized me as the chosen consort to their emperor. Kitami gave me 2 gifts. A pair of ninjato that once belonged to Naruto's mother, and she enhanced my eyes. Now I can use the Bikogen to target muscle and bone more effectively, aside from the tenketsu points. Even though she did not say it outright, she knew that my training was complete. Entry 8. My father knows I'm back in the East. Naruto and I had gotten roped into an inspection tour of the Pekora merchant houses. Naruto's spy network back east has reported that since they knew that Naruto was the emperor, but not his true identity, the Konoha ninja has been ordered to give him a wife birth. Unfortunately, given my bingo book status, I'm still fair game. Only when most of the ninja hunting me find out that I am with the emperor, do they back down, as they don't want their respective villages razed to the ground by a pissed-off emperor. Too bad the 10-man team from the Hyuga main branch did not get the memo. That and when the lead ninja, a main branch member by the name of Haizu, tried to activate the covered bird seal, he was shocked to see that I was no longer branded. Out of all of the main branch members who gave me grief when I was shoved into the cadet branch, Haizu topped the list. Which made my revenge ever so sweet. He once said to me that I should kill myself after I was branded, as being alive brought even more dishonor upon the Hyuga. So after incapacitating the 9 Hyuga, I summoned 2 clones that held him down while I performed the hand seals of the caged bird seal. I think Kitami has been rubbing off on me. Naruto was right about her training methods. She is an insane dominatrix. After I branded Haizu, I let him go. He was no longer a threat, as the psychological damage has been done. He had insulted and berated the cadet branch members for most of his life. Consider this karma. Hyuga Complex, Konoha no Sado. Hayashi Hyuga knew that something was wrong when he began to read the mission report. Hanabi and Niji sat in front of the Hyuga Patriarch as his expression grew from neutral to angry. The 10 main branch ninja were the pick of the litter. They should have no problem in retrieving Hinata from the Empire. What he didn't expect was that his daughter, the same one who everyone in the clan had written off as weak, not only defeated all 10 Hyuga ninja, but had also branded Haizu with the caged bird seal. Hayashi slammed the mission scroll onto the table. Hanabi didn't even bother to read it, as she and Niji was already briefed on the chain of events which led up to this point. Niji, on the other hand, hid his emotions well. Despite disliking Hinata, he hated Haizu even more. In his mind, Haizu got what he deserved. What made Hayashi so angry was that Haizu had committed suicide rather than to go through life with that accursed seal. It was another black eye to the illustrious Hyuga clan. It appears that Hinata has learned some new tricks while she was away, Hanabi noted. Then again, I'm not surprised. You spread your legs to the most powerful man in the West, and he will teach you how to defend yourself. Hotaru will be most displeased when he finds out that his son has committed suicide, Hayashi said. Turning to his remaining daughter and nephew, he gave them their orders. Hanabi, Niji, find Hinata, and bring her back. I don't care how it's to be done. If we do that, then we risk the wrath of the Emperor, Niji pointed out. This is a clan matter, Hayashi snapped. He can always find another horde to keep him warm at night. If word gets out that Hinata has been freed from her seal, but also drove a main branch member to suicide, then we will lose our standing in Konoha. See to your orders. Hanabi and Niji nodded and left the room. Entry 9. I was with Naruto and the others in the Fire Capital, where Naruto was inspecting the consulate and the Pecora branch. It was there that we were invited to the Fire Daimyo's estate. Not one to turn down such an offer, Naruto and I accepted. The old daimyo was courteous and cordial. Like most of the leaders in the elemental countries, he had been following the Emperor's story with great interest. The daimyo was most surprised when Naruto revealed to him his true identity. His exact words were, "To think that Minato's son would have become the Emperor of the West. Your father was my friend, Your Grace. And I am yours." He also said that he was the one who had personally intervened when Konoha had tried to have him placed inside the bingo book following his banishment. Sadly, as I had willingly deserted Konoha, there was nothing that he could do for me. But since I am going to be his wife, I will automatically be protected by diplomatic immunity. When Naruto asked who was responsible for getting him out of the bingo book, the Fire Lord remained silent on the matter. It was after we had left the Fire Lord's estate that I saw that Niji and Hanabi were waiting for me near the Imperial Consulate. Naruto and the others stepped to the side, as they understood that this was my fight. Hanabi was complacent in her superiority, thinking that she would be the one who could do what the others couldn't. As for Niji, I had some unfinished business with him, stemming back from when he tried to kill me during the Chunin exams. It was a 2-on-1 match. Juken versus the Kinshiki. Hanabi was no problem, as she was so full of herself, thinking that I would be an easy victory. As Sunsure once told me, pride comes before destruction and haughtiness before the fall. So imagine Niji's surprise when I calmly put down Hanabi without breaking a sweat before turning to him. "We still have a score to settle, cousin," I snarled. "Hanabi was reckless," was Niji's reply. "The Emperor can't help you this time." Niji underestimated me. He wasn't expecting either the Kitsunryo Taijutsu or the Kinshiki Kabujitsu. The prodigy of the Hyuga branch clan has fallen off his glorified pedestal. Flashback. Fire capital, fire country. Niji sank to his knees. The battle between himself and Hinata had gone in a direction that he did not expect. Even Hanabi was shocked as she held her limp arm with her good hand, Hinata having closed off the Tenketsu points, as well as dislocating it for good measure. Hinata stood tall, barely winded from the 2-on-1 battle between Niji and Hanabi. Inside, she was bursting with pride. The Kinshiki Kabujitsu has exceeded her expectations in its first major test. Hinata tapped one finger on her chin. Now, what does this remind me of? Oh yes, the Chunin exams, when you tried to kill me out of spite. Now the roles have been reversed. You're still weak, Niji hissed. You were never cut out to be a ninja. You're wrong about that, Hinata replied as she activated her Bikogen. You tried to kill me, now let me return the favor. Niji's eyes went wide. This wasn't the meek Hinata he remembered. This new Hinata was more driven, more focused, and more ruthless. You wouldn't? Her hands were laced with purple-tinted chakra as she unleashed her final attack on Niji. One that Naruto recognized all too well. Oh, I would, cousin, she replied, her voice laced with venom when she called Niji by his title. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With that, Hinata charged. 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 4. 8. 16. 32. 64. Hinata finished with a double palm strike to the sternum that lifted Niji off his feet and sent him crashing into Hanabi. The current heiress looked on with fear as the former heiress calmly drew her ninjato and approached the both of them. I can just as easily kill the both of you and send your heads back to Konoha as a warning. Hinata hissed as she deactivated her Bikogen, the lavender orbs taking on a purplish hue as she radiated killer intent. However, you two are more useful to me alive instead of dead. Give Hayashi a message for me, and I'll consider the both of you loose ends. She brought one of the ninjato to Hanabi's eye level. Can you do that for me? Fearfully, Hanabi nodded. Tell Hayashi that if he wants me, then he will have to do his own dirty work. If he is man enough to brand me with the caged bird seal, then he is more than man enough to come after me. I will be in Wave Country in 2 weeks. We will settle this once and for all. She sheathed her ninjato. Take him and leave. Hanabi did just as that. Flashback end. Entry 10. Sigh. When will these ninja ever learn? You think the ninja from Konoha would understand that trying to cash in on the bounty is a very bad idea. First it was the ANBU who attacked me in Water Country while we were visiting the Hidden Mist village. They learned the hard way that attacking a woman who can unleash a volley of arrows rapid fire from a chakra yumi is a bad idea. Then, Sakura Haruno attacked me while we were in Wave. Apparently, she was sent by Hayashi to soften me up before the match. So I sent her back to Konoha after performing the 64 palms on her. Naruto had watched the fight from the Pecora merchant house in Wave City and shook his head. It was not even a fair contest time. He had told me after she was knocked out cold and sent packing. I would have just knocked her out. She called you a demon, when it's pretty clear that you're not. I shot back. And since you already beaten both Hataki and Uchiha, I wanted to beat her ass for a while, since both her and her mother are still calling for your head. She was a liability when we were under Hataki, Naruto had replied. She's still one now. The Banshee will not let this go. Just like her mother. True, I replied. I must prepare. He will arrive in 3 days. In 3 days I will shatter his sense of superiority once and for all. Wave Town, Wave Country. Watching from the sidelines, Naruto Namikaze had a slightly worried expression on his face. Fortunately, his hat had concealed the worry he had on his face as Hinata faced down Hayashi. Naruto knew that this was a long time coming. Even he knew about the emotional abuse Hayashi had put Hinata through, which had ultimately led to this final encounter between father and daughter. He wasn't worried for Hinata. He was worried about the state Hinata was going to leave Hayashi. But that was just a fleeting moment, as he looked on in anticipation of the inevitable match between the former heiress and her father. He had given some advice to Hinata before they made their appearance. Advice that was brief and straight to the point. Advice that even Hinata liked very much. Crush him. The people of Wave Town had given the two combatants a wide berth, as the battle was going to take place inside the town square, Naruto promising that he would personally pay for the damages that would soon follow from this battle. Hayashi was escorted by Hanabi Hyuga and 3 members of the main branch, while the Emperor and his elite guards backed Hinata. The Hyuga patriarch looked regal, yet intimating in his traditional robes, while Hinata was clad in her usual ninja jumpsuit. Having discarded her hoodie when she first arrived in the West, she had on something more practical, a black jounin-style flak vest, similar to what Naruto would sometimes wear. Her hair was tied into a single braid. Simply put, Hinata was ready to kick some major ass. "So you finally come," Hinata drawled. "Only when your so-called honor is compromised do you actually take action instead of sending your underlings to do your dirty work. This has gone on long enough, Hinata," Hayashi snapped. "You have tarnished the family name for the last time. Be warned, if you continue down this road, then you will not live to see the end of this day. But if you forsake the Emperor and return to the clan willingly, then I will spare your life." "I think I will take the other option and beat you down," Hinata replied. "You have called me weak because I was not the perfect little heiress that you wanted. Mother would be ashamed as to what you have become." Now Hayashi was incensed. "Don't you dare dishonor her memory! You, who have betrayed your clan! Just to be a whore to that upstart of an emperor! We'll see if you can still warm his bed when I am through with you." The elite guards, Konan especially, were ready to take the arrogant Hyuga apart for that insult to the emperor's fiancée. But Naruto ordered them to keep their cool. "This is Hinata's fight," he whispered. "She must face her own demons and conquer them." Meanwhile, Hinata looked unfazed. "I only wanted your recognition. You forsook your own daughter for your own political standing. When you branded me with the caged bird seal, that was the last straw. I have beaten Neji and Hanabi." She pointed to her father. "You are the last link to my past, Hayashi Hyuga. It ends here." Q Resident Evil / Biohazard 5 sad but true for the duration of the fight. Hayashi activated his Byakugan and went into his Juken stance, while Hinata's eyes changed from lavender to violet as she activated her enhanced Byakugan, sans the bulging veins. She shifted into her Kinshiki stance, think Lily's stance, and waited for Hayashi to make the first move. Hayashi pulled out several kunai and flung them at Hinata, who calmly weaved and spun through the deadly bladed instruments, while at the same time closing the distance between his firstborn. Chakra seeping into his hands, Hayashi let loose with several rapid Juken strikes aimed at Hinata's chest. However, Hinata wasn't going to let him nail her with those lethal strikes. She has proven to Hanabi and Neji that the Kinshiki was a lethal style when it needs be. Now, it was time for Hayashi to feel its wrath. Hinata calmly dodged the first several Juken strikes before parrying the rest with her forearms. She then scored the first hit, an open palm strike to his jaw, having breached through his defenses. As Hayashi staggered backwards, Hinata went back into her stance. While Hayashi was busy sitting on his ass for the past couple of years, Hinata had been training long and hard, with Kitami and Naruto helping her reach her full potential. The former heiress then moved in, kicking low, then high, forcing Hayashi to block both blows, wincing from the impact. Then she closed in the distance before Hayashi could recover. A straight punch to the face, followed by a blow to the chest. She moved around Hayashi's Juken strikes and grabbed a handful of his hair, violently yanking his head back and driving her elbow into his jaw, followed by a chop to the throat. She completed the combo with a Juken strike to his left arm. "You're outmatched, Hayashi," Hinata drawled as she went back into her stance. "Give up and I won't leave you a cripple." Hayashi took the moment to reopen his tenketsu. "You dare make demands of me? You are still weak. Yet you were unable to get a hit off of me," Hinata pointed out. "Don't feel bad. Neji and Hanabi were the same." Another aspect of becoming the Fox Sage was that Kitami had drilled Hinata in the art of psychological warfare. Hinata knew how to press Hayashi's buttons, causing him to make several mistakes. But there was one mistake that even Hayashi could have avoided, never underestimate your opponent, especially your own flesh and blood. Hinata stood her ground as Hayashi charged. One of Naruto's training methods was weight training, something he had picked up from Mach Lee. He had done the same, and used the same methods to make Hinata faster. Combine that with occasional sparring with the Chiba clan head and Takuma, Hinata's skill level was up to par with her soon-to-be husband. A fact that Hayashi will soon find out the hard way. Kinshiki was basically the gentle fist in its purest form, Hinata having stripped the flaws and weaknesses out of the style. What made Kinshiki even more dangerous was that it did not use the Byakugan as a crutch. The same flaws and weaknesses that Hayashi was showing in the gentle fist as he and Hinata had gotten in close, blocking and parrying the other's strikes and blows. This time around, Hayashi had caught Hinata with several strikes of his own, disabling her right arm. Hinata knocked him back with a kick to the jaw. Hayashi smirked when he saw that Hinata's arm was useless. Then his eyes widened when he saw the tenketsu open itself up again, showing that Hinata could once again use her arm. Hinata flexed her hand as the feeling rushed back into her hand. Surprised? Hinata taunted. You have nothing else to teach me, old man. I have far surpassed you. Just give up. As the match continued, Naruto noticed two more people that had arrived to watch the match. Both were Konoha jounin. The first was male, with a beard, but no mustache, complete with an unlit cigarette, the female with undisciplined long hair and red eyes. Asuma and Kurenai Sarutobi. Naruto remembered that Kurenai was Hinata's sensei, and that she was married to Asuma shortly after Maru had made genin. Asuma was watching him, while Kurenai was watching her former student with what appears to be pride on her face. Nudging Sana on his left, and Yahiko on his right, he said, Watch those two. Just in case they try anything. The two guards nodded as the fight continued. Kurenai cared deeply for her team. So when Hinata had defected from Konoha, she was no fool. She knew the reasons why. The Emperor has given her an opportunity to become strong without her clan holding her back. She always told Hinata, Kiba and Shino to do what was right, and this fell under that category, clan be damned. The Genjutsu mistress watched with a sense of pride as Hinata not only stood up to her father, but was also winning. She wasn't using the Juken style either. Well, it looked like the family style of the Hyuga, only that it was more purified. Kurenai nudged Asuma. Looks like the rumors were true about him being here, she said, flicking her head towards the Emperor, dressed in all black, complete with the Kage-style hat, flanked by his elite guards. Asuma nodded. Still can't believe he was just a kid when he united the West. Looks like he was smitten with your student, probably the main reason why he took her. Oh, if they only knew. Looks like your former student is holding her own against Hayashi, Asuma noted. Kurenai nodded. It made her sad to see that her former student was branded a missing ninja, but from what she had heard of the enigmatic Emperor of the West, she knew that he would protect her from all threats. Hinata ducked, then leaned backwards to avoid Hayashi's attacks. Hayashi attempted a palm heel strike, only to have Hinata counter by calmly flipping him to the ground. Hinata raised one leg up in a vertical split before bringing the heel down on Hayashi, who rolled out of the way. Hayashi had been training hard for this day, this Hinata had realized. After Naruto had defeated both Neji and himself, Hayashi had gotten back into training. But Hinata too had been training, refining the Kinshiki into a formidable, yet deadly style. Hayashi got a quick uppercut to his jaw, which stunned him long enough for Hinata to perform the heavenly spin, knocking Hayashi into the air. Hinata quickly summoned a shadow clone, which sent the Hyuga clan head crashing back into the ground following a hard kick to his torso. As Hayashi bounced from the impact of landing hard on the pavement, the shadow clone vanished. Hayashi got up, albeit a bit shakily as Hinata calmly stood there in her stance, determination in her eyes. The Emperor was calmly watching from the sidelines, pleased at how the battle was playing out. Kurenai and Asuma could make out that he was smiling, as Hinata had taken a page out of his playbook. Hinata had interlaced her hand with Hayashi's, and had twisted it to the point where the pain forced Hayashi down on one knee. That left Hayashi open, allowing Hinata to strike him in the face repeatedly with a closed fist, the same way that Naruto had done to both Kakashi and Kiba, before flipping him to the ground. Hinata calmly advanced on her father, whose eye was swollen shut from the barrage of punches, meaning that because of that, he could not use his Byakugan in that eye. Hayashi coughed up blood as he got back to his feet. Hinata parried his Juken strike and smashed her palms against his ears, causing them to ring. His left arm was dislocated, the elbow broken following another attempt to attack. A punch to the stomach made the Hyuga clan head vomit his breakfast. As Hinata continued to ruthlessly dismantle the clan head, Asuma and Kurenai continued to watch from the sidelines. "This is wrong," Asuma said. "Why won't she just knock him out and get it over with?" "Because Hayashi had made Hinata's life a living hell," Kurenai replied. "So Hinata is due for some payback. Not that I blame her. Hayashi is a prick, and the main branch members need to get knocked down a peg or 3. "So true, love," Asuma conceded. As Hayashi staggered to his feet, Hinata decided to end this battle once and for all. And she knew just how to do it. Not only it will serve as a message to the Hyuga, but it will leave quite an impression on her ex-father. Ducking under her father's attack, she nailed him with a palm heel strike. Unlike the Juken's version, Hinata struck Hayashi 3 times. The first was with her right palm, the second was with her left, and a rising open palm strike that knocked him back. Hinata was not finished. One punch to the face, followed by a hard kick to the ribs, cracking the bone, which was then followed by a kick to the shins and a chop to the throat that stunned the Hyuga clan head, allowing Hinata to nail the clan head with a power jump kick, flipping off Hayashi's body and landing gracefully, while Hayashi landed on a heap. Hayashi quickly got back up and fell to one knee soon after, coughing up more blood. "You!" Hayashi gasped. "You can't be this strong. You're a weakling." "It's over, Hayashi. I've won," Hinata countered. "Your Juken was no match for my Kinshiki." Hayashi's eyes went wide at that declaration. You learned the forbidden style." "How? There are no scrolls for it." "They were destroyed." "Not really," Hinata replied. "The gentle fist was flawed. I merely perfected it." "It doesn't matter," Hayashi spat out. "You're still a weakling. You are nothing." Hinata smiled evilly as she activated her Byakugan. "And you're within my range." Her hands coated with chakra, she savored the look of disbelief on Hayashi's face as she uttered the following: 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Before Hayashi could react, Hinata unleashed hell. Summoning another clone, they both attacked at the same time. Watching from the sidelines, Asuma and Kurenai had seen the 128 palms in action, but Hinata had taken it to a whole new level with the use of a shadow clone. Hinata and the clone had struck Hayashi 64 times each. And boy, did it look painful. 1 becomes 2. Hinata. 2 becomes 4. Hinata's clone. 8. Hinata. 16. Hinata's clone. 32. Hinata. 64. Hinata's clone. 128 palms. Both Hinata's chorused as they struck the final blow together. Crunch. The last blow was aimed at Hayashi's leg. The Hyuga clan head screamed as he felt his leg break. Collapsing to the ground, he was immediately surrounded by Hanabi and the other Hyuga ninja. Hayashi coughed up blood as he tried to keep consciousness, his eyes showing nothing but hatred at his former daughter. "How do you like your daughter now that she has no leash?" Hinata taunted as she dismissed her clone. "Any Hyuga that comes after me, I will do worse to them than what I did to you. I wash my hands clean of you, Hayashi Hyuga. You are no father of mine. You. That was all Hayashi managed to say before he passed out from his injuries. "Father," Hanabi whispered softly. Then she turned to Hinata, her own Byakugan active, as were the other main branch ninja present. "Get her!" Before the main branch ninja could move in, Naruto intervened. The Hyuga ninja backed up as they saw Naruto at Hinata's side, katana drawn. He was backed up by his elite guards, who were ready for action. The Emperor drew a line in the street with his blade before turning his eyes on Hanabi. Hinata is under my protection, as if she needs it, from what I have seen. Naruto deadpanned. Take your father and go. You can have that. Hanabi was cut off when Naruto was at her side, the katana at her throat. Finish that sentence, and you will be a head shorter. Naruto threatened, the blade digging in just deep enough to draw a trickle of blood. Hanabi knew that she was outnumbered. Given the Emperor's track record against Konoha ninja, Hanabi was not interested in becoming another number to his tally. Wisely, she backed down, while staring daggers at Hinata. This isn't over, Hinata. Hanabi seethed. Oh, but it is. Hinata replied as Naruto sheathed his katana. She took to his side. Take him and go. Wisely, the Hyuga envoy made their retreat. Naruto and Hinata returned to the Inn of the Waves via Shunshin. Meanwhile, Asuma and Kurenai both had shocked looks on their faces. Honey, did we just see what I think we just saw? Asuma asked, flabbergasted. Did Hinata just cripple Hayashi? The red-eyed Genjutsu mistress slowly nodded. It looks that way. Despite Hinata being a missing ninja, she could not have been more proud of her former student. Konoha, the following day. The news spread like wildfire throughout the village. Hinata Hyuga, the former heiress of the Hyuga clan, and an A-ranked missing ninja, had not only beaten Hanabi and Niji Hyuga, but had also crippled the Hyuga clan head himself, Hayashi Hyuga. Ino had found out when both Asuma and his wife had returned from Wave. Upon overhearing Hanabi and one of the Hyuga branch members who was working as a medic in the hospital, that had all but confirmed it. Hayashi Hyuga had been beaten by his wayward daughter. Even more worse, Hayashi would never become an active ninja again, as there were too much damage in his leg when Hinata had shattered it. He would walk, but with a cane. His arm would heal, thankfully. What surprised everyone was that it was Hinata that had done it. The same Hinata Hyuga that was now a Class S criminal with a kill-on-sight order on her head, had crippled the arrogant and pompous clan head. The main branch members were in a complete uproar and called for a blood feud with both the Emperor of the West and the Emperor's whore. The cadet branch, on the other hand, were silently overjoyed at the fact that the arrogant Hayashi had been knocked down several pegs, first by the Emperor himself, then by Hinata. Even Tenten had seen Niji smile briefly when he was told the news about Hayashi's utter defeat. Several main branch members even went as far as attacking Maki Asahina and her fellow Pekora merchants while she was at her merchant stand, solely because of her loyalty to her emperor. After Maki had sliced down 3 main branch members with her katana and left them to bleed out in the streets, did the Hyuga backed off. Maki would have been charged with murder, had it not been for Kurenai Sarutobi, Shikaka Nara, Inochi Yamanaka and Chusa Akamichi, who were present during the fight. Thanks to their testimony, Maki wasn't charged with the 3 killings, as they were self-defense. Hanabi simply responded by ordering an increase on Hinata's bounty, the price doubling from 20 to 40 million ryo, with the orders dead or alive. Hyuga Compound, 3 weeks later. The compound was on edge. What would become known as the second Hyuga incident had just transpired in Konoha. A squad of S-class missing ninja had infiltrated the Hyuga compound in the dead of night. Their target, the heir apparent of the Hyuga, Hanabi Hyuga. However, a branch clan member had sounded the alarm. The squad of S-class missing nin were all routed and eliminated. They had no hitayatesh which identified them which village they came from, but one of them had a vital item which explained why they were there in the first place. A bounty contract. The bounty in question was on Hanabi's head. The bounty was worth 120 million ryo, 3 times the bounty that was on Hinata's head. The next day, a courier ninja had arrived with a scroll for Hayashi. The scroll contained a note from the Emperor himself, as well as a copy of Hanabi's bounty contract. By now, all of the ninja villages in the east will have copies of this bounty contract. Call off Hinata's bounty and I will do the same with Hanabi. Speak with Captain Asahina of the Pekora Merchant House. Otherwise, I would watch the ninja in your village very carefully, Hyuga. Oh, and if you break your word, I will destroy the Hyuga main branch clan. Konoha, Office of the Hokage. Tsunade wasn't surprised when she saw Hayashi enter her office, leaning on a walking cane. She had heard about the attack inside his compound, as well as the bounty contract on Hanabi's head. Hayashi slammed the documents on her desk. My family was attacked last night. They tried to kidnap my daughter. I demand justice. The slug sage leaned back in her seat. Funny. I seem to recall having this same conversation with you when you decided to brand Hinata with the caged bird's seal. You said that since it was a clan matter, that I have no influence in Hyuga business. This business you have with the Emperor taking Hinata is a clan matter, as is this bounty. I have no influence in this mess, which is of your own making. If I were you, I would seek peace with the Emperor. Hayashi growled. He knew that Tsunade was right. He enjoyed rubbing it in her face when she tried to stop Hinata from being branded with the caged bird's seal, and now, she did it to him. Now, all of Konoha had found out about the bounty on Hanabi's head. Remembering what the Pekora merchant had said about the Emperor being the most wealthiest of the clans in the West, he had a sinking realization that the bounty on Hanabi's head was just a hint of what he could muster. More money than the noble clans of Konoha combined. He excused himself and headed for the Konoha market. Hinata's Diary. Entry 11. Empress Consort Hinata Namikaze. That has a nice ring to it. Right now, Naruto and I are at the Summer Palace in South Ichiyama. Kitami and A are running the Empire as proxies while Naruto and I are away for our 3-week honeymoon. As a girl, I always dreamed of being married to Naruto. Now, it's a reality. After Naruto had lifted the bounty contract off of Hanabi, things began to go even more hectic as the wedding date inched closer. Naruto and I agreed that we should not go for such a huge wedding ceremony, as it would draw unwanted attention. So we decided on a private, quiet ceremony at the Dragon Temple in the imperial capital, inviting only the powerful and influential clan heads for the ceremony. The Sand siblings, Team Misfits, Yuki Fujikaze, Meitarumi and the Jinchuriki were also in attendance. Tazuma, Tsunami and Inari were also in attendance. The marriage ceremony was just perfect. Even A and B were in tears. We said our vows, exchanged rings and sipped a small cup of ceremonial sake, and the priest declared us husband and wife. The temple erupted in cheers as not only was I declared Naruto's wife, but I was also declared the Empress Consort, the most powerful woman in the empire. The people in the Western Empire celebrated in the streets. The Uzumaki Namikaze dynasty was secured. After the wedding reception inside the imperial complex, Naruto and I took a ship to South Ichiyama to spend our honeymoon at the Summer Palace. 3 weeks. A lot can happen in 3 weeks. Summer Palace, South Ichiyama. Nighttime has fallen over the largest city in the southern region. Naruto Namikaze sat on the edge of the bed, absently running his thumb over his wedding band. They had picked up their wedding rings while visiting Yuki in Spring Country. Hinata had chosen a wedding ring with a row of 6 diamonds embedded in the wedding band. Outside, the celebrations had died down, as it was almost midnight. A lot has happened in the past 6 months which had led to this night. He had led men through battle and built an empire from the ground up. But this night had pretty much petrified him. In the back of his mind, he almost wished that he was back in a war. Get a hold of yourself, Namikaze, Naruto steeled himself. You've seen Hinata naked before. She's seen you naked before. I'm not scared of intimacy. It's only your wedding night. Ah, crap, I'm petrified. Ahem. Naruto's mental rant was cut off when Hinata made her presence known. Naruto looked up, and his jaw had literally dropped to the ground. There was his wife, standing in the doorway, wearing a white slinky negligee that did little to conceal her voluptuous frame. And from Naruto's reaction, Hinata knew that she had struck gold. Hinata grinned. Seeing her husband, the indomitable emperor of the West, the quivering wreck was priceless. Then again, so was she, and she was the one half naked. She just did a much better job of hiding her emotions. Damn it! Get a hold of yourself, soldier. Fight! Naruto's mind screamed. Naruto finally shook himself out of his stupor and rose from the bed, just as Hinata walked over to him, that same grin still plastered on her face. "I see you like my little outfit," Hinata purred, thankful that Conan had decided to tag along when she decided to go shopping. It was the brunette's idea to pick up the negligee. Her hands began to unbutton Naruto's shirt. "Don't worry. I'm nervous too," she whispered. "That makes me feel a lot better," Naruto replied. One hand scratched the back of his head nervously. This is my first time, Hinata." "Mine too," Hinata replied softly. Nothing else was said as the Emperor and the Empress consort showed their love for each other that left little to the imagination. At the same time, in Hot Water Country, a super pervert of a toad sage was in the middle of a pleasant diversion, peeping in on the women bathing in a hot spring. He had heard reports of the Akatsuki in the area, and decided to investigate. When he found nothing, he decided on the aforementioned detour. As the girls splashed each other, Jiraiya watched as he let out a perverted little giggle as he scribbled down ideas for his next novel. Then his head snapped westward as he felt something. Something familiar. "What's this? My superperv senses are tingling," he thought. "Someone is getting some hot nookie." If he only knew that said person in question was his estranged godson. Sadly, that one distraction had cost him, as one of the bathing women had caught sight of the old man. Jiraiya found himself buried under a pile of wooden buckets. Later, at the summer palace, clothes were strewn across the room, mostly Naruto's, while Hinata's lingerie laid in a heap at the foot of the bed. The Emperor and Empress consort were in bed together, a single bedsheet covering their bodies for some sort of modesty. The Emperor was on his back, while his wife was snuggled up against his body. One arm was wrapped protectively around her waist, holding her close. Naruto looked at the angry red mark on her right shoulder. A bite mark. He knew that Hinata was gently rubbing her fingers over the same mark, only it was on his left shoulder. "Let me guess, Kitami?" he asked. Hinata nodded. "Yeah. She said to do this, to mark your mate as you reach climax? I never expected you to do this to me as well. Any reason why she wanted us to do this?" he asked. "To show the world that you are mine and I am yours," Hinata replied. "So, no regrets?" "None." "You?" "None," she replied, smiling brilliantly. "I'm glad to be here with you, Naruto." "I'm glad you're here with me, Hinata," he replied, kissing her on the forehead. After a moment, the kissing and petting increased until Hinata was on top of Naruto. "Another round?" she breathed. Naruto grinned. "This is going to be a very interesting 3 weeks. Side chapter, Hinata's Ascension Point 2. Entry 12. Right now, there is a lull in the invasion. I guess I should start from the beginning. The Akatsuki has resurfaced. 3 months into my marriage with Naruto, and they had resurfaced. Naruto and I are in Suna, where 2 of them had tried to kidnap Gaara. We were there on an inspection tour of the Suna consulate, as well as Naruto checking on Gaara's seal, since Shikaku was starting to act nuts again, when we heard the commotion. But even the Akatsuki were not expecting the Emperor and the Empress consort to deprive them of 2 more members. I identified the blonde as the renegade IWA ninja / mad bomber Deidara, while Kankuro and Baki identified the puppet master as former Suna ninja Sasori. Naruto had finished repairing Gaara's seal when the alarm went off. Yahiko and Konan proved to be useful when they told us how the pair fought. I decided to go after Deidara, while Naruto and the elite guard dealt with Sasori. Gaara provided with the distraction, keeping Deidara occupied while I made my move. The crazy terrorist forgot one major rule we shinobi must follow: be mindful of your surroundings. I summoned a chakra yumi and fired one katon-powered arrow at Deidara, striking his pouch where he keeps his plastic explosives. For a split second, night became day as the pouch exploded, destroying the lower half of Deidara's body. Gaara and I found his mangled body soon after. He was dead. I later found out that the explosion caused by me detonating Deidara's pouch had distracted Sasori, allowing Yahiko to unleash the Shinra Tensei, destroying Sasori's body and core, but not before Sasori had managed to kill his grandmother, Chio, when she tried to stop him. Before Sasori died, he told us that the Akatsuki was coming for Gaara, as they assumed that he knew where the remaining Jinchuriki were hiding. And with the deaths of both himself and Deidara, Yahiko knew that Nagato would unleash the 5 paths of pain upon Suna. According to Yahiko and Konan, the 5 paths of pain was a rather deadly technique used by Nagato that serves as his representative in the Akatsuki. The 5 bodies were all reanimated corpses of fallen ninja, outfitted with chakra rods, allowing Nagato to control them separately, and each wielding the Rinnegan. There was no way around it. Suna would be invaded by the Akatsuki. But we did have the advantage of having the Jinchuriki. Aside from having pain, the Akatsuki also could use Zetsu to create a clone army, one that can even rival the Imperial forces, as well as having Madara Uchiha and his eternal Magenkyu Sharingan. Gaara's reaction was instant. He called all able-bodied Jounin and Chunin back to Suna to prepare for the inevitable invasion, and ordered the immediate evacuation of the civilians and the genin of the Ninja Academy to both the shelters and the Wind Capital. Naruto used the Demon's Gate to return to the west and inform the Imperial Council of the matter. I remained behind with Yahiko and Konan. 2 hours later, Naruto returned via the Demon's Gate jutsu. But he was not alone. The Jinchuriki were with him, as was Zabuza and the Demon Squad in all its glory. Yujito and her Hellcat unit were also present, as were the Yamada clan, the Shinto and Okajima clans, and 3 battalions from the Imperial Defense Forces. Even A decided he wanted in on the action, leaving the Imperial Council in charge until Naruto's return. Temari and Team Misfit also joined in the fray, Temari wanting to fight for her home, Maru and the other 3 wanting to make us proud. While Naruto, Gaara and the high-ranking Jounin from both Suna and the Imperial forces went over battle strategies, one of the lookouts from Suna came with the news. The 5 paths of pain were at the village gates. Fortunately, Gaara had ordered his ninja to fall back, while Naruto and Yahiko went out to deal with them personally. Konan and I kept to the rooftops, ready to defend and assist at a moment's notice. Flashback. Sunagakure no Sato, Wind Country. The streets were deserted, the civilians and those unable to fight having been evacuated. The Suna ninja and the Imperial forces had orders not to engage the 5 paths, and that the Emperor and Yahiko would deal with them personally. Hinata and Konan watched from the rooftops as Yahiko stood before the 5 paths of pain, the animal path, the human path, Naraka path, the Azura path, and the Preta path. Yahiko. This doesn't have to end this way, the animal path said. All Lord Madara wants is peace. It's not the kind of peace I want, Yahiko shot back. Placing the word under an infinite Tsukuyomi is not peace. It's slavery. Still as arrogant as ever, the Naraka path said. That has not changed about you. You cannot win against us. Step aside and let us retrieve the Shikaku Jinchuriki, the human path said. Through him will we find the locations of the other Jinchuriki. As this exchange continued, something caught the animal path's eye. It was a kunai sleek and black, made out of carbon steel. She crouched down and picked it up, inspecting it. Meanwhile, Naruto silently appeared from behind, katana drawn. I'll save you the trouble, Yahiko replied. The Jinchuriki are safe. You or Madara will not use them for your foolish ambition. Such impudence, the animal path said, still holding the kunai. I will make your death quick and painless. Call it a favor from an old friend. I think my boss would have something to say about that, Yahiko replied. At that moment, Naruto struck. Hiraishin no Jutsu. A yellow flash of light and Naruto stood behind Yahiko. The animal path, sensing the danger, jumped, while the other 4 were a bit slow in registering the threat. She landed on her feet, while Naruto calmly sheathed his sword. The technique was flawless, and Nagato did not see it coming. While Yahiko had them distracted, the animal path had picked up a Hiraishin kunai. Not the tri-bladed variant made infamous by Minato Namikaze, but a sleek, black kunai with the Hiraishin seals attached into the blade. Yahiko had a second Hiraishin kunai strapped to his back, just in case the sneak attack didn't work. When Naruto executed the Hirashin, he cleaved the human, Naraka, Preta and Azura paths in two, while the animal path managed to escape, barely. Cute trick, but it won't be good enough, the animal path said. You will regret the day that you decide to interfere. Not really, since I was the one who retrieved the Jinchuriki, Naruto replied, long coat and Kage-style hat fluttering in the breeze. I'm the Emperor of the Unified West, and you are already dead. At the moment when Naruto finished that sentence, blood sprayed out from where Naruto had slashed through bone, flesh, and chakra rods. Looks of disbelief were evident on the four male paths' faces as their bodies split in halves and fell over, their blood staining the Suna streets. The animal path did not get off so easily. Her jump was a fraction of a second off, allowing Naruto to cleave through her legs. She let out a scream as she fell backwards, bleeding profusely. Naruto calmly strode over to the remaining path, grabbed her by the neck and hoisted her into the air. The animal path looked at the face of the Emperor and gasped. The yellow flash. No. I am his son, Naruto replied. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The animal path's eyes went wide. The Kyubi Jinchuriki. Those were Nagato's last words as Naruto raised his other hand, covered with his own chakra, and touched the chakra rods on the animal path's face. End flashback. The chakra feedback that Naruto had unleashed on the animal path not only destroyed her Rinnegan, but also the other Rinnegan on the other paths as well. When we sent a scout to Amekigure, he verified that the feedback had killed Nagato, destroying his eyes and tongue as well. The Rinnegan allowed the user all elemental attributes, but even the most powerful of the eyes have a blind spot. And the last thing they were not expecting was the son of Minato Namikaze executing the Hirashin. With Nagato dead, the Akatsuki's numbers had dwindled down to just 4, Itachi and Madara Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki and Zetsu. We had forced Madara's hand and now he has no choice but to invade. Entry 13. The battle is over. The Suna Imperial forces have won. The Akatsuki have been annihilated. 100,000 Zetsu clones, along with Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki and Madara Uchiha against 6,500 Suna ninja, 50,000 Imperial soldiers, 6 Jinchuriki and 1 freed-tailed beast. Sounds like a suicide battle, right? Well, my husband was once known as the unpredictable, knucklehead ninja of Konoha. And as emperor, he still lives up to his title. Gaara had declared most of the city expendable. Suna can always rebuild, he surmised. Yahiko had once again been instrumental in telling us how Zetsu fought, his strengths and weaknesses, as well as his jutsu. Kitami vowed to deal with Madara personally, while Naruto decided to deal with Itachi. Maru was assigned to Okajima for the duration of the battle, while Moegi was at the Imperial Consulate with the Yamada clan. The consulate had been transformed into a triage center, and the Yamada clan were renowned for their healing jutsu. Last, Udan was assigned to Takuma Chiba. Naruto had ordered me to remain at the Kazekage Tower. I refused. Where you go, I go, I told him, giving him no room to argue with me. He sighed and allowed me to come with him. The gathered forces of Suna and the Empire were in the streets, ready for the battle. Sunsure had told me how Naruto can fight with his men, giving them support and pumping them up for the battle that is yet to come. Now I had a front-row view of my husband's tactics. This is where we fight. This is where they die. The Akatsuki will be crushed once and for all. Give them nothing, but take from them everything. The Imperial forces and the Suna ninja broke into cheers, raising their weapons into the air. Naruto sure knows how to work the crowd, to pump them up full of confidence. It was midnight when the Akatsuki came. They came in through the gates which had been destroyed earlier by Deidara, led by Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Naruto and Yahiko had encountered the first half of the Zetsu clones. Naruto created 200 shadow clones and brought down a quarter of the Zetsu clones using the Hirashin, while Yahiko decimated the other quarter by using the Shinra Tensei. As the second wave of clones came charging in, led by Madara himself, Naruto pulled out a trump card. I've heard of Orochimaru using the summoning, impure world resurrection to summon the first two Hokages to fight the Sandaime, but I never knew that Naruto knew the jutsu. I later found out that Orochimaru had stolen the technique from Mist. As Madara and Itachi watched, Naruto not only summoned the fallen Akatsuki members consisting of Deidara, Haiden, Kazuku and Sasori, but he also resurrected the most powerful members of the Uchiha clan and ordered them to destroy the Akatsuki. Flashback. After Naruto had unleashed the resurrected Uchiha clan and the four slain Akatsuki upon the Akatsuki, he faced Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Kitami had initiated combat with Madara and the two were fighting tooth and nail. Zabuza had showed up and Kisame was itching to settle the score with the former Mist swordsman. Once those two were gone, Naruto drew his sword and removed the Kage-style hat, allowing Itachi to view his face for the first time. "Recognize me now?" Naruto asked. Itachi was hardly a person who would be shocked over anything, but seeing the Kyuubi Jinchuriki standing before him was indeed priceless. "You Uzumaki." Naruto nodded. "Surprised, Uchiha? The last person you'd expect was the Emperor of the West," he confirmed. "It was also me who intercepted the Jinchuriki, of which all are present and are fighting in the battle. Madara wanted the power of the tailed beasts, so I'm giving it to him. See how he likes being on the receiving end of its power." To Hinata, Naruto said, "This is my fight. Go and help the others." Hinata slowly nodded. "Okay. Don't die on me." She ran off, leaving the Emperor and the renegade Uchiha to face off for the final time. End flashback. The battle between the fallen Uchiha and my husband was indeed brutal. Naruto would tell me about it shortly afterward. A epic battle of swords, fists, and jutsu. One city block was incinerated with Itachi's Amaterasu alone. Another was razed to the ground by Naruto's deadly tempest. But Naruto would gain the upper hand in the battle when he feigned weakness and allowed Itachi to transport him inside Tsukuyomi. Then he activated his fox eye and released himself from Tsukuyomi by using a specialized seal he had created. During the battle, he had gotten close enough to slip it on Itachi's back. It also had the desired effect of destroying Itachi's Sharingan eyes. Naruto retrieved his sword and disemboweled Itachi. Now Sasuke is truly the last Uchiha. As for Madara, I ran into Kitami as the battle began to wind down. Her bottom half of her face was bloody, and she was dragging the body of Madara Uchiha in one hand. Madara may have been immortal, but not even he could survive an enraged Ninetales ripping out his heart and consuming it. She then destroyed the eternal Migenkyu Sharingan by poking them out and crushing them under her heel. So ended the life of the true mastermind of the Akatsuki. Zabuza also came out on top in his match against Kisame. He was seriously injured after Kisame scratched him with Samahata, but he would survive. Zabuza's demon unit left a path of destruction in their wake. A and B were pretty much indestructible together, as the pile of Zetsu corpses could attest to the fact. Yujito and her Hellcats showed no mercy, backing up the Okajima clan and Maru Sarutobi. Maru showed impressive courage by planting a Rasengan in a Zetsu clone who was trying to sneak up on Yujito, saving her life. Udan had 19 certified kills to his name before finally passing out from exhaustion. Takuma Chiba had taken him to the Suna consulate, where the Suna Medical Corps, Moegi, and the Yamada clan worked on healing and tending to the injured. The elite guards had defended the Kazakage Tower along with Temari and Kankuro. Yudakata and Fu also assisted in defending the tower. Han and Rashi were like a force unleashed. Han's steam armor made him invulnerable to Zetsu's attacks. I think those two killed more than the rest of the Jinchuriki combined. Like Naruto, Gaara was on the front lines, enveloping the Zetsu clones in mass sand coffins, and destroying them with the sand burials. Shikaku had boosted Gaara's killing abilities 100-fold. While Naruto was fighting Itachi, I assisted the elite guards. My kill tally was up to 120 Zetsu clones. Not too shabby if I say so myself. After Naruto had eliminated Itachi, he reunited with Gaara and the others, and pushed the remaining Zetsu clones into the town center. Out of a force of 100,000 clones, only 300 remained. Naruto gave the order. Destroy them all. And that we did. Once the real Zetsu was identified, both halves, Gaara had ordered the bodies of the fallen Akatsuki to be rounded up and placed under heavy guard. Naruto had sent out an order to a squad of scouts to head for Amigakure to retrieve Nagato's body. Once Naruto and Gaara had claimed victory, Naruto had retreated to the Kazekage Tower. Once behind closed doors, he passed out from chakra exhaustion. Gaara and I carried him to the Kazakage office, and allowed him to rest. The summoning jutsu that Naruto had unleashed had ran its course, and those that he resurrected had vanished into dust. The Akatsuki invasion of Suna is officially over. Meanwhile, in Konoha, inside the council chambers, flanked by two Anbu, Sakura Haruno stood before the Godame Hokage, her face in a grim line. Ever since Sakura's defeat at the hands of the former Hyuga heiress, Sakura had become even more hyper-tempered and in some cases, even more violent. But every time someone had tried to report it to Tsunade, her mother would either bribe or intimidate the victim into silence. This time, however, Sakura's luck has just ran out. When it became clear that Ino was the better student, despite Tsunade training them both at the same time, Sakura decided that she would be the only apprentice. The previous night, she came across Ino and attacked her from behind. Had she been paying attention in her rage, she would have realized that not only was the victim was not Ino, but rather a recently minted bottle blonde Konoha Chunin, but she had assaulted the Chunin in full view of the Fire Daimyo, who was in Konoha along with his wife, the latter getting treated by Tsunade. The Fire Lord had his guardian ninja take Sakura into custody. When Asana found out that Sakura had assaulted a Konoha ninja in full view of the Fire Lord, she knew that Sakura was in trouble. Which is why the entire Konoha Council was present. Or rather, the shinobi half, as it was a shinobi matter. Asana was allowed to attend since she was Sakura's mother. Inochi Yamanaka was also present, thankful that Ino decided to remain at home when the attack happened. Lady Hokage, I beg of you, please be merciful, Asana pleaded. Sakura was named the best kunoichi in her genin class. She should be allowed to resume her training. It was all just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Tsunade repeated. Sakura had assaulted a Chunin when she thought it was Yamanaka, when it became clear that Sakura was becoming a liability. Asana started to speak when Tsunade cut her off. That Chunin had a cracked skull, and it is your daughter's fault. But... Silence! Tsunade shouted. Asana Haruno, you are ordered to pay for the medical care of the unfortunate victim. Failure to comply will result in your assets seized and you placed in jail. Understand? Yes, Lady Hokage, Asana replied through gritted teeth. Tsunade then turned to Sakura. Sakura Haruno, for your crimes, you are no longer a Chunin in the Konohagakure shinobi forces. You are hereby stripped of your rank and your ninja registration is revoked. For your disgraceful actions in assaulting an innocent, you are to live the rest of your life as a civilian of the Leaf. So ordered. Sakura was then taken away, with Asana following her. But before Tsunade could adjourn, an Anbu came rushing in. Lady Hokage! Suna is being attacked. What? By who? The Akatsuki! The Akatsuki are invading Suna! Almost immediately, Tsunade took action. Shizen, you're in charge. Captain Sarutobi, form a team of Jounin and have them meet me at the gates in 5 minutes. Asuma nodded and rushed off to obey. Konoha gates. Tsunade looked over her team. They were the best that Konoha had to offer. Asuma had chosen the Ino Shikacho trio, Rock Lee, Mado Gai, Tenten, Anko Midarashi, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Kakashi Hataki, and Sasuke Uchiha. What are you doing here? The Godame demanded of the remaining member of Cell 7. I volunteered, Sasuke replied calmly. I wish to help Suna in repelling the Akatsuki invasion, and to redeem the Uchiha name. Given what your father was planning and what your brother had done, that is going to take a lot of work, Anko muttered. Let him come, Lady Hokage. If he tries to head for sound, I'll kill him myself. Fine, Tsunade muttered. Let's go. Sunagakure no Sato, Wind Country, several days later. It would be 3 days before Naruto regained consciousness. Damn it! My head is killing me! His headache was soon gone as he felt the effects of the mystic palm jutsu. He recognized that touch in an instant. Hinata. Yes, love. It's me. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He found himself stretched out on the couch inside the Kazekage's office. Hinata was by his side. The Empress consort was in a fresh ninja uniform, but this time, instead of the flak vest, she wore a black and gray robe which identified her as a sage. The Emperor rose to a seated position. How long was I out? Almost 3 days. It's early evening, Hinata replied. You should take it easy, Naruto. You're still exhausted. I know. My reserves are at least half full, so I should be okay. What's been happening? Hinata sat down next to him. After the battle, I sent back word to the west that we had won. Ryuji and Haruka had ordered all Pecora merchants in the area to deliver food and aid to Suna. The Pecora merchant house has been busy around the clock. Remind me to send a thank you note to the Shinzens, Naruto replied. Anything else? Gaara's placed all of Suna under martial law, Kitami said as she entered the office, followed by Gaara, Konan and Yahiko. Glad to see you're awake, Kit. Hinata has been by your side for the past couple of days. I notice, Naruto replied. The others? The guards team misfits? The Jinchuriki? All are alive and accounted for, Yahiko replied. Congratulations, Namikaze. You have won a great victory. Naruto shook his head. No. We all did. I can't take the credit. We all fought long and hard, and against a powerful enemy. He stood up. As of this moment, once I return back west, I am declaring the Jinchuriki national treasures of the unified West. For their actions here in the battle for the village hidden in the sand, they are now heroes of the unified West. Gaara stepped up and extended his hand. Lord Namikaze. Congratulations. Naruto shook it. Same to you, Lord Kazekage. He looked at his clothing. Is there a place where I can freshen up? The city gates had been blown off, the city walls had cracks, crevasses and holes. Bodies of Zetsu clones littered the area surrounding the city gates as Tsunade and the Konoha envoy approached the gates. The Konoha ninja identified the Suna ninja by their style of flak vests. Squads of Suna Jounin and Imperial troops were hard at work rounding up the bodies and burning them in several giant pyres. The Konoha envoy passed several of them as they approached the gates. Pecora merchants led their caravans into and out of the city, dropping off food and aid. As they approached the city walls, they noticed a number of tents located on one side of the city gates, the Imperial forces having made camp, since Suna was too small for the Imperial forces to contain. They could hear the laughter and the music coming from the camp, as the Imperial soldiers recounted their heroic feats of not only themselves, but of their emperor, the Empress consort the Jinchuriki, the Kazekage, and of the Suna ninja, of which the Imperial forces have grown to respect. Asuma approached the gates with a bit of apprehension. Maru was a Suna ninja, and following Naruto's banishment, Maru had severed all ties to his uncle for supporting the banishment order. Kakashi had said that Maru had made Chunin and that he was the Emperor's student, but even he had his doubts as he looked upon the village. But as he approached the ruined gates along with Tsunade and the rest of the Konoha ninja, he saw his nephew, battered, bruised and bandaged, standing guard with Moegi, Udan and 2 of the Emperor's elite guards, of which Tenten and Rock Lee identified as Takuma Chiba and the second Asuma identified as Sana Sunshire. Maru stood up. Hold it! State your business. He trailed off when he saw Asuma. Oh. It's you, Captain Sarutobi. Asuma winced. His nephew had never forgave him. Still hasn't from the look of things. What are you doing here? Maru demanded. Last time I checked, Suna and Konoha are on bad terms, regarding that incident, he said, glaring daggers at Sasuke. You're not welcome here in Suna. Go home. We came out of good faith. Tsunade interjected. We came to see Gaara and see if he needs help in repelling the Akatsuki. There's no need for that, Lady Hokage, Temari replied as she appeared, looking just as haggard as Maru. The battle is over. Has been for the past 2 days. Tsunade blinked. So, Suna? Suna still stands, the Wind Mistress replied. If it wasn't for the Emperor and his imperial forces, we would have been overrun. Sorry you came this way, Senju, but Konoha is still not welcome here. Take your ninja and go. As Temari turned to walk away, Sasuke stepped forward. Wait. Temari turned around. Now what? Was Itachi here? Sasuke asked. Temari nodded. He was here. He faced the Emperor in combat. The Emperor killed him. The Akatsuki have been routed and destroyed under the combined leadership of my brother and the Emperor. Sasuke stiffened slightly, but accepted the news. Take me to his body. Temari blinked. What? Take me to Itachi's body, Sasuke repeated firmly. I want to see it with my own eyes. Please. Temari studied the last of the Uchiha long and hard. She had heard that he was working on his own redemption and redeeming the good name of his clan. Maybe giving him the pleasure of seeing Itachi's body would at least give him some kind of closure. Temari turned to Maru. Sarutobi, you're with me. To Tsunade and the Konoha ninja, she said. Follow me. Maru balked, but followed Temari's orders. He still despised Asuma, and that animosity showed as he and Temari escorted the Konoha envoy through the village. Imperial troops and Suna ninja patrolled the streets, while medic ninjas tended to the wounded. As they passed the Imperial consulate, they saw that it had been transformed into a triage center. Unknown to the Konoha envoy, the consulate also served as the main spot where the Jinchuriki were resting up from the battle. Asuma looked around at the carnage. Suna ninja and Imperial ninja and samurai were hard at work policing up the bodies of the Zetsu clones, carrying them outside of the village to feed to the burning pyres. Even Sasuke himself was appalled at the level of carnage. So what exactly happened here? Chuji asked. It was 50,000 ninja and samurai from the Imperial forces, combined with all of Suna's ninja force with the 6 Jinchuriki against the remaining members of the Akatsuki, and 100,000 Zetsu clones, Temari replied. 100,000? That's nuts! Kiba exclaimed. You guys were outnumbered 2-1. Temari smiled. True, but the Emperor has fought against twice that number when he was uniting the West. I heard that he could bring about victory from defeat. Those rumors turned out to be very true. Those 100,000 clones turned out to be a major disadvantage when in close quarters. It also helped that Naruto used the Hiroshin and Yahiko used the Shinra Tensei to slay half of those clones, not to mention resurrecting the fallen Uchiha clan and those 4 slain Akatsuki, Temari thought. It's not entirely impossible for a smaller force to defeat a much larger force, Shino noted. Minato Namikaze decimated Iwa's ninja force by himself in the last Shinobi War. And his son just blew his kill record out of the water, Temari thought. She had heard rumors of the Hiroshin in action from IWA Ninja. Seeing it in action, on the other hand, was a completely different story. It was beautiful, but at the same time, very deadly. How did you end out, Maru? Asuma asked, hoping to break the ice with his estranged nephew. I'm still alive, aren't I? Maru shot back curtly. He made it perfectly clear that he did not want to talk to the elder Sarutobi. Asuma quickly caught on and remained silent. I screwed up big time, the elder Sarutobi lamented. Reaching the town square, the area was clear of the Zetsu clones. A smaller camp of Imperial troops, mainly the Hellcats and the Demon Squad, made their temporary home. Yujito and Zabuza were nowhere to be seen, as they both were inside their tents, catching up on some much-needed sleep. On the opposite end of the square, Tsunade saw him. A tall man wearing all black, jounin vest, pants and boots, the face concealed by the Kage-style hat. He wasn't alone. Beside him was a female in a ninja jumpsuit, and the robe which to Tsunade identified her as a sage, her face concealed by a conical straw hat. Tsunade saw that they had an air of authority around the pair. That and the imperial soldiers that were guarding the town center bowed towards the pair, while the couple acknowledged them with a nod of their heads. The Godame Hokage nudged Maru. Is that him? Maru nodded. That's him, all right. The Emperor of the Unified West. The woman beside him is his wife, the Empress Consort. The Unified West are allied to Suna, which is why we managed to survive. As Temari and Maru led the Konoha ninja to where the bodies of the Akatsuki were stored, Tsunade remained behind. Shikamaru noticed this and stopped. Maru not Temari did not notice, as did the Konoha ninja. I know that look, Lady Hokage, Shikamaru said as they watched the Emperor and his wife walk off in the direction of the Kazekage Tower. You get that look, bad things happen. You worry too much, Shikamaru, Tsunade replied. If the Emperor had the Jinchuriki here, then Naruto could be here as well. I got to know if he is okay. Shikamaru watched as Tsunade followed the Emperor and the Empress Consort. Sighing to himself while muttering his trademark phrase, he went after Tsunade. While Temari and Maru led the Konoha envoy to the location where the bodies of the Akatsuki were under heavy guard, Tsunade, along with Shikamaru, had made their way to the Kazekage Tower. On the way, they passed many injured members of the Imperial forces, as well as those from Suna. The Suna medic neens, as well as the medics from the Imperial Empire and the medic neens from the Yamada clan, were working overtime to tend to the wounded. As they passed the Imperial consulate, it was made into a triage for the more critically wounded. As the tower was not guarded, the Slug Sage and the lazy Nara clan heir had no problem in gaining access. Tsunade had been inside the Kazekage Tower once before relations with the Sand had soured because of Uzumaki's banishment. She had hoped to arrive with her envoy to assist in the battle, only to find that the battle was over, that the joint Suna Imperial forces had won. Now, she wished to have a word with the Emperor, since it was he who had retrieved the Jinchuriki. Tsunade and Shikamaru had approached the Kazekage's office, where they could hear voices inside. Seeing as how there was no one in the halls that could stop them, they decided to listen in. Maybe even ask the Emperor about Naruto's whereabouts. Despite the number of injuries, we came out fairly intact. Only 900 Suna ninja injured, 0 fatalities, thankfully. Half of the village is in ruins. Gaara, Tsunade thought. What's the tally on the Imperial forces? A male voice asked. The Emperor, Shikamaru thought. Double the amount wounded, also 0 fatalities. A female voice replied, one that Shikamaru and Tsunade recognized instantly. Hinata! Shikamaru and Tsunade thought. Inside the office of the Kazekage, the joint Imperial Suna War Council were going over the final numbers. Gaara was behind his desk, while Naruto and Hinata were seated together on the couch. Konan was busy redressing Yahiko's injuries. Kitami was looking out of the window at the village below. Naruto turned to the 2 former Akatsuki. Konan. Yahiko. Sir? Yahiko looked up, as did Konan. Your information in regards to the Akatsuki proved to be invaluable, the Emperor said. Because of your actions, we have not only destroyed the Akatsuki, but no one from the Imperial forces or Suna was killed in the invasion. I know it must have been hard, destroying the organization that you helped create. It had to be done, Yahiko replied. There was no hope for Nagato. Madara had corrupted him past the point of no return. I hope he finds peace in death which he could not get in life. Outside, 2 of his bodyguards were former members of the Akatsuki? Shikamaru wondered. Madara Uchiha was still alive. Tsunade also thought. Inside. In any case, you and Konan have shown your worth to me, to my wife, and to the Empire, Naruto continued. The clan needs to rebuild and Kimen City is a good start. The Uzumaki are scattered, but not destroyed. They will come to the west. I am making you clan head of the Uzumaki. Of course, I will still outrank you. Thank you, Lord Namikaze, Yahiko replied. In the meantime, Hinata had risen from her seat and was making her way to the office door. Outside, Tsunade and Shikamaru were thinking the same thing. Namikaze? Then the door opened, causing the both of them to fall into the office. Both Gaara and Naruto rose from their seats upon seeing Hinata open the office door, causing both Tsunade Senju and Shikamaru Nara to fall into the office in an undignified heap. Kitami was upon the both of them. Grabbing Shikamaru by the hair and Tsunade by the back of her neck, she hoisted them up and tossed them both to the couch where Naruto and Hinata were seated at earlier. Hinata looked outside, and seeing that there was nobody else, closed the door behind her, taking the extra measure to place a soundproof seal and locking it. Shikamaru and Tsunade were not in shock of being caught. No, their shock was not only the fact that Hinata was married to the Emperor of the West, but the identity of the Emperor himself. To Tsunade and Shikamaru, it was as if they were looking at Minato Namikaze himself, save that his hair was a reddish tint, the whiskers were gone, and he did not look very happy. In an instant, Shikamaru knew. His thoughts about the Emperor being connected to Konoha were correct. He had no idea that in his wildest dreams, that the knucklehead, hyperactive, boisterous ninja who once proclaimed that he was going to be Hokage was now the Emperor of the unified West. That and the fact that Naruto had beaten down most of the Konoha 11 and several clan heads, himself included. Gaara-san crept from his nearby gourd, Yahiko had his sword drawn, while Konan retrieved a paper shuriken. But Naruto ordered them to stay their weapons. I knew it. It had to be someone connected to Konoha. I never thought it would be you, Shikamaru whispered. Naruto turned to Hinata, his expression smug. I told you, Haim. Brilliant but lazy. Leave it to a Nara to figure out who I am. It was only a matter of time. The Emperor, you! Tsunade croaked, still in disbelief. Turning to Konan, he said, Tell the Godane who we are. His Imperial Majesty, Emperor of the Unified West, the Crimson Fury of the Empire, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Konan deadpanned. And his wife, the second Fox Sage, Empress Consort Hinata Namikaze. Namikaze. Now Tsunade looked like she was going to be sick. Oh God, Minato, Kushina, your son, they banished your son. Catches on quick, doesn't she? Hinata quipped as she slid Naruto's arm around her waist. Shikamaru looked on uncomfortably, as he already knew. After all, his father diddled him following Sasuke's visit. Gak! Naruto croaked as he was caught in a bear hug, his face buried in between Tsunade's chest, his arms flapping wildly in a comical fashion, which got a good laugh from Hinata, Gaara, Konan and Yahiko. Naruto! I am so sorry. The council wanted to execute you, but I managed to override it to banishment. Please forgive me. Please. Tsunade choked out, thankful that her godson was still alive. I don't think he can breathe, Kitami pointed out. Tsunade saw that Naruto was starting to turn blue, and released him. Oh. Sorry. She apologized. Hinata then noticed that Shikamaru was looking very uncomfortable. Something you wish to share with us, Shikamaru? She asked. Naruto, now that he was freed, also noticed how Shikamaru was looking. You know something, don't you? He asked. He then took a guess as to why Shikamaru looked like he was about to bolt from the room. The vote for my banishment was unanimous. The civilian council should have no influence with the shinobi. How did the civilian side pull it off? Tsunade turned to Shikamaru. Well? Gaara had one eyebrow raised Spock style, while Kitami had her arms folded under her chest. Even Konan and Yahiko were just as curious as to what Shikamaru had to say. Dad's gonna kill me for this, Shikamaru thought. Sighing, he told them the truth. My father told me, after you had fought Sasuke following the Suna Chunin exams. You called it right, Hinata. The shinobi side had no intention of banishing Naruto. They were going to banish Sasuke instead, but certain people saw otherwise. The plot to banish you was spearheaded by 5 people: Danza Shimura, Koharu Yutane, Hamura Mitokado, Asana Haruno, and Hayashi Hyuga. Hinata's eyes narrowed before changing from their usual lavender to a dark violet. Tsunade's right eye twitched. A vein was pulsing in Naruto's forehead. The civilian side was easy to convince, Shikamaru continued. Asana is the head of the Konoha Mercantile Guild, so it was no hard task in getting them on her side, since most of them supported the Uchiha. I also heard that she paid a hefty bonus to the civilian side of the council once the banishment order came down. Danzu, on the other hand, he approached the shinobi clan heads one by one save for Hyuga and gave them an ultimatum: vote in the favor of the banishment, or he would have their children kidnapped and forcibly enlisted into his root ANBU. If they resisted, then they would be killed, along with their parents. As to your clan, Dad told me that as well, that you were his son. Minato and my old man were longtime friends, as were Inochi and Chusa. When Danzu came with his ultimatum, they betrayed Minato's memory by protecting us. Naruto looked at Shikamaru long and hard for a moment. Then he turned to Kitami. The Nine Tails was known for easily spotting lie from truth, which was useful to Naruto in the days of the Unification War. The redhead nodded in the positive. He's telling the truth. Not even a Nara could lie convincingly to save his life. Konan shook her head in disbelief. Naruto had told her about him being banished. But now, this places everything in a new light. It was love that drove them to betray one of their own, the brunette said. For the lives of their children, they banished a hero. Even Gaara was furious. Not even his relationship with his father was this bad, and he was the one who had Shikaka sealed inside his gut. Disgraceful. Tsunade, on the other hand, was seeing red. Danzu's dead, she seethed. Danzu, those two flesh bags, Haruno, Hayashi, all of them. Get in line. Naruto snapped, his eyes changing from blue to gold. I'll kill them myself, Danzu and his root, Hayashi and any Hyuga main or cadet branch that gets in my way, Niji, Hanabi. I'll snap the necks of those two old fools and see whether or not Asana Haruno can shit gold. Yahiko raised one hand. Can we help? He asked, itching to get in on the battle. No one screwed with his family. Gladly, Naruto replied. Why stop there? Maybe I'll let Kitami finish off what she started. See if anyone is willing to seal her inside their gut. Kitami gave the Emperor a fanged grin. Sure, the battle for Suna was fun, since she got to rip out Madara's heart and got involved in some good old-fashioned wholesale destruction, but even she could enjoy destroying Konoha once and for all. Willingly this time. Wait. Naruto's rant was cut off by Hinata. The Emperor turned to his consort. What is it, Hinata? Hinata's eyes turned back to normal. There is another way to destroy Konoha. Unleashing the Imperial Army, that's too easy. There are many ways to destroy a town. But to break its will and destroy it from the inside, that is how you truly destroy your enemies. Go on, Naruto said as he deactivated the fox eye. After you were banished, any and all alliances and trade agreements Konoha had through you were terminated almost immediately, Hinata said. The Fire Lord had cut Konoha's military aid by half. By the time I left, the shinobi were one step away from declaring civil war on the civilians. That much is true, Shikamaru confirmed. Once you were banished, Haruno and the civilian council pretty much thought that it can interfere in shinobi matters. Hayashi and Danzu had both reprimanded her twice. You want me to provoke a civil war? Naruto asked. Hinata shook her head. I was thinking of something a bit more subtle. Konoha's might is backed by its shinobi. Take away that equation, and Konoha will be crippled even more. Naruto thought about it for a moment. Okay, Hinata, you have my attention. Continue. The best way to break Konoha's power is to grant the clan heads and their families asylum within the empire. Nara, Akamichi, Yamanaka, Sarutobi, Inuzuka, as well as any high-ranking Jounin and Chunin who support the Godaime. This way, you can irreversibly cripple Konoha's military power without drawing your sword. Naruto thought about it for a moment. The only way a hidden shinobi village can stay just is that if they have a certain quota of ninja as their main military. If Konoha's military is reduced to the point where they cannot replace their numbers. Shikamaru finished the thought. Then Konoha would no longer be a ninja village, nor it would be recognized as one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Konoha will pretty much self-destruct from the ensuing chaos. Or better yet, the ensuing factions will weaken the village even further with the inevitable civil war, since they are a lot like Kumo and IWA, united in their hatred of you. Danzu, Asana, the two advisors, and Hayashi are all jockeying for the leadership role of Konoha, and will not be subservient to the other. What about the Hyuga? Naruto asked. Hinata frowned. All of the main branch support Hayashi and Hanabi. I will never forgive the main branch for what they had done to me. As for the cadet branch, I'm willing to show them mercy. Shikamaru was surprised to see the anger in Hinata. Even he knew that she had gotten a raw deal with the whole caged bird seal fiasco. Yikes. Very troublesome. Reminds me of Mom. Naruto thought about it for a moment. With the exception of the Hyuga and a sizable number of Chunin and Jounin, the majority of Konoha's shinobi forces were loyal to the Hokage, Ibiki included. And Hinata was right. Konoha would be crippled if more than half of the shinobi force abandoned the village. And if Konoha attacked Wave, Mist, or even the Pekora branches, he could just simply unleash the Nine Tails upon the village, or destroy it himself. Or wipe out the remaining shinobi force loyal to Danzu and the Hyuga, then let Kitami raze the village to the ground. Your proposal has merit, Hinata, the Emperor conceded. If the main shinobi clans are innocent in this mess, then I will not harm them. But if they seek redemption, they must prove worthy of it. We'll talk about this later. Hinata nodded, while Shikamaru breathed out a sigh of relief. The former Konoha genin then turned to Tsunade. I know it will be hard, but do not make a move against the conspirators. Danzu is especially dangerous, not because of his root Anbu, but because he is not as crippled as most people think. What do you mean? Tsunade asked. The bandages on his face are concealing a Sharingan, Naruto explained. He also has a mechanical arm retrofitted with at least a dozen more, probably taken from the Uchiha clan after Itachi killed most of them. I know because I've seen them during our confrontation at the Fire Temple. Danzu's also plan on making a play for the Hokage's seat, this he also verified to me at the temple. Tsunade nodded. She then asked the question that was on her mind. So it was you all along? You retrieved the Jinchuriki and beaten most of Konoha's clan heads in Jounin? It was me, Naruto replied. Why? Naruto tossed a glance to Shikamaru. The slacker and his teammates thought that I had nearly killed Asuma. My targets were Haiden and Kazoku, for what they did to Ichiraku. The warrior monk? Asuma-sensei told us about him, Shikamaru said. They both served together as part of the Fire Lord's Guard. Naruto nodded. After I was banished, he offered me a place to stay for the night while I gathered my strength. The Emperor explained. He was one of few that had showed me kindness. When I came back during the inspection tour of the Pekora houses, I decided to visit him, only to find that Haiden and Kazuka had killed him for the bounty on his head. Asuma was just lucky that I decided to stop Haiden from killing him. Then you three show up and the rest is history. I kinda looked at beating down Konoha's elite as a twisted form of closure. Can you imagine the reactions of those who lost to me, the demon of Konoha, the dead last of the Konoha 11? No argument there, Shikamaru muttered, but was still loud enough for the others to hear. Meanwhile, the bodies of the 5 paths of pain, Deidara, Sasori, Kisame Hashigaki, Nagato, which had been recovered by the Imperial forces, Itachi Uchiha and Madara Uchiha were located in a deserted home, laid out in a row, under heavy guard from both Suna and the Imperial forces. Only Sasuke Uchiha and one other person was allowed inside. Sasuke chose Kakashi. The sole remaining member of Cell 7 was silent as he looked at the body of his brother. For such a long time, he was obsessed with the idea of killing his brother. Now, Itachi was dead, slain by the Emperor himself. I really don't know if I should send him a thank you card or try and kick his ass, Sasuke thought. Sasuke thought of nothing but revenge for the longest time. Now he felt empty, as if he didn't know what to do. His road of revenge had led to the destruction of Cell 7, Naruto was banished for bringing him back and no one knew where he was at, and now, Sakura was a certified sociopath who tried to eliminate Ino. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Kakashi was behind him. Are you okay? Sasuke sighed. Honestly, I don't know. Killing Itachi was the only thing on my mind for so long. Now, I don't know what to think anymore. Kakashi remained silent as he looked at the body of Itachi Uchiha. Back at the Kazekage Tower, Tsunade and Shikamaru had just found out that Kitami was in fact the nine-tailed fox in human form. Impossible! You broke the seal? The slug princess gasped while the redhead looked rather smug. I did, Naruto replied. To prove it, he showed her his stomach. No seal. That and Kitami showing off her tails cinched it for the both of them. Hinata gave Tsunade a quick recap of the events, from the origin of the tailed beast to her training under Kitami as the third fox sage. Fox sage, huh? And Mito and Kushina were the first two? Tsunade asked, sounding impressed. Not bad, Hinata. Not bad at all. She looked at the rings on their fingers. How long you two have been married? 3 months, Naruto replied, while Hinata beamed proudly. The people love her. I'll bet, Tsunade said. So what about the other Jinchuriki? I intercepted them, Yujito, Rashi, Han, Utakata B and Fu. Killer B? A's brother? How did you manage to pull that off? A and B were overthrown by a new Oto-backed Reikage a year earlier. I rescued them from the Kumo ANBU and offered them sanctuary. When I rescued Yahiko and Konan from the Akatsuki, they told me about Madara's plans for world domination, Operation Tsuki no Mi. Shikamaru blinked. Eye of the Moon! What's that? This time, it was Konan and Yahiko who laid out Madara's scheme, and how Naruto had put a stop to it by retrieving the Jinchuriki. Madara was present during the final battle, and it was Kitami that had slain the supposedly immortal Uchiha. Naruto was credited for killing the 5 paths of pain, as well as slaying Sasuke's older brother. The news was already spreading throughout the east of the Akatsuki's destruction, and the Emperor was given a new nickname, the Akatsuki Killer. But then, something that Naruto had said had caught Tsunade's attention. Wait. What you said about Oto backing the new Reikage, that means… Naruto nodded. Yup. It means that Orochimaru is planning to raze Konoha to the ground yet again. This time around, I'm not going to risk my neck for a village who worships my father, yet banish the son for doing his job. Orochimaru has installed a puppet Kage in Kumo. Off Tsunade and Shikamaru's surprised expressions, he explained. My intelligence division keeps me informed of all the goings-on in the east. Who would suspect humble merchants from the Pecora merchant house as intelligence officers? The Pecora house is just a front, Shikamaru asked. No, it's a genuine mercantile guild, Hinata explained. The Pecora house is in the fire capital, Kumo, and IWA house the intelligence networks. After all, no one would suspect that a couple of merchants are spies for the West. And Captain Asahina? Tsunade asked, remembering the encounter with the former Jounin/Pecora merchant. She's also part of the network of spies I have here, Naruto replied. But Asahina cannot be in Konoha all of the time. I need eyes in Konoha. He turned to Shikamaru. And you're at Nara? Me? A spy? The shadow ninja blinked. Forget troublesome. It's a pain in the ass. Forget it. He's perfect, Hinata seconded. He's a slacker, and he's lazy. No one would suspect Shikamaru passing on information to Captain Asahina. Tsunade and Shizen can't since Danzas probably has the both of them watched. But Shikamaru's perfect. Do I have a choice in the matter? Shikamaru whined. No, Tsunade replied. Shikamaru, I am ordering you to work with Captain Asahina whenever she arrives in Konoha. In any case, the others will think that you have a crush on her. I know you are very much risking your life by telling us the truth about why Naruto was banished, but the clans need some sort of an insurance policy. She turned to Naruto. You will keep your word? You will grant the clans asylum when the time comes? Naruto nodded. Furthermore, you will not tell no one that you have seen me here. In any case, tell them that you did gain an audience with the Emperor, and that I am safe back west, and that I have severed all ties with Konoha. As long as the others are in the dark, Danzu and the others are none the wiser. Tsunade and Shikamaru nodded. I'll have a sit-down with the Fire Lord and explain what is happening, Naruto said. He already dislikes Konoha for what they had done to me. He won't refuse my request. And now, it's time for the both of you to leave. He undid the soundproof seal. Gaara, can you have 2 of your jounin escort Tsunade and Shikamaru out of the tower? The leader of Suna nodded. Minutes later, 2 Suna jounin arrived. Gaara gave them their orders. Escort Lady Hokage and her entourage out of the city. The 2 ninja nodded and performed their duty. Suna Gates, minutes later. Temari noticed that something was wrong when she and Maru had escorted the Konoha ninja from the site where the slain Akatsuki members were located back to the city gates. Shikamaru and Tsunade were not with them. Before she could order a squad of Suna ninja to round up the 2 missing ninja, 2 Suna ninja appeared via Shunshin. With them were Shikamaru and Tsunade. Orders from your brother, the male jounin said. The Konoha ninja are to be ejected from the village, effective immediately. The Konoha ninja winced. Gaara still mistrusted the leaf after all this time. Meanwhile, several Imperial troops carried out the bodies of the dead Akatsuki members, and fed them to the flames of the pyre. Let's go, Tsunade said. There's nothing we can do here. As the Konoha ninja departed from Suna, Sasuke approached Tsunade. Did you get a chance to meet with the Emperor? He asked. I did. What did he say? Was Naruto here? He was, Tsunade replied. But he went back west with a Pecora caravan. From the look of things, he has long since wants nothing to do with the leaf, she added, twisting the knife, reminding him that it was his fault that because of his actions, that Konoha was in its present state. No big loss, Lady Hokage, Kakashi interjected, both him and Anko having overheard the conversation between the buxom Hokage and the last Uchiha. He was a dead last, anyway. He would not have made it in this world. Let the Emperor take him. That earned him a bone-chilling stare from Sasuke that would have made Itachi proud. You're such an asshole, Hatake, Sasuke snarled before storming forward. What? What did I do? Kakashi said. As much as I hate to admit, I gotta agree with the Uchiha, Anko said. You Aryan asshole, Hatake. That dead last had more guts than you and the Banshee put together. And we kicked him out of Konoha because he done his job. And where were you when the banishment order came? You were among the people who condemned him. Some sensei you were. Surprising enough, Anko was one of the few who had a grudging respect for the banished ninja. Only thing was when the banishment order came down, she was in the hospital following a training accident in the infamous Forest of Death. When she heard the news, she was furious. The black eye and broken jaw she gave Kakashi bared witness to that, earning her a nod of approval from Tsunade. Now listen. Don't say anything else, Tsunade added, cutting off Kakashi's reply. Just don't. Kakashi was silent for the rest of the way back to Konoha. Naruto sneezed, and had the urge to grab his katana and hack apart his former sensei. Hinata's Diary. Entry 14. Naruto and I stayed in Suna for the following week, helping Gaara oversee the reconstruction efforts of the sand. During our stay, the Tsuchikage himself came to call on the Emperor. Inoki and Naruto had a sit-down. The old man had watched the Akatsuki invasion and had seen the Imperial Army in action. Naturally, he was concerned that IWA would be next. Naruto was truthful to the old man, telling him that the only reason he intervened was because of his military alliance with Suna, and that Gaara was a friend of his. That and the Akatsuki were a credible threat. He said that he did not plan on invading the East, that he was more than content with ruling the Western Empire. Inoki was satisfied with Naruto's answer. He left afterward. So much for IWA. The day before our departure back west, Naruto received another visitor, an emissary from Kumo. Apparently, they had thought that just because I was in the bingo book and was without the support of my former clan, that I was fair game. Kumo had also been watching my every move ever since I resurfaced and requested, no demanded that Naruto turn me over. Naruto told them politely to fuck off. He also added that not only was his wife, but any aggressive actions towards me is a one-way ticket to the morgue. The Kumo envoy backed off. Once everything was in place for the reconstruction efforts, Naruto, the Jinchuriki, the Imperial troops and myself returned to the west via Demon's Gate Jutsu. First thing we did after dismissing the troops and Jinchuriki was that Naruto and I slept for the rest of the day and all night. The following morning, we got to work. Naruto made good on his word. The Jinchuriki were declared national treasures of the empire for their actions. The soldiers that fought in the Akatsuki invasion of Suna were given hazard pay from the imperial treasury, as Naruto understood that underpaid soldiers can be potentially mutinous. Also, for their actions in the Suna Akatsuki War, Gaara had promoted Moegi, Udan and Maru Saratobi to Jounin. The people rejoiced as they took in the news that their emperor had removed a threat from the east, one that threatened the Jinchuriki, and potentially the empire if they had the chance to stake a foothold in the country. The destruction of the Akatsuki also served to put the East on notice. You mess with the Empire or their allies, see where it leads you. The celebration of the Emperor and Kazekage's victory lasted for most of the week. The Jinchuriki were treated like rock stars. Afterward, things began to calm down and Naruto and I returned to ruling the Empire, as well as spending time with each other. I honestly think that the Sunakatsuki War has all but increased my standing with the people of the West. They see that I am not just a pretty face that hides behind the Emperor when trouble appears. They see that I can fight just as well as my husband. The council gave me a new nickname, the Lady of War. Not really my style, but beggars can't be choosers. Oh well. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Naruto, Rise of the Emperor, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Snafu the Great, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.